Sorry to anyone that's from California. Lots of services here, if I do not get a ride. Let's see. But what a nice guy. Offering me money. I'm okay on the money front. Like, if someone insists a couple times, I end up agreeing. But if someone says, like, do you need any money? I really do not need any money. I'd be lying if I told you I did. This will work right about here. On it, or the shoulder's okay. This is nothing too crazy. Line of sight, it's good, slow. Single lane. Last one was 2-lane. So if you're in the left lane, there's cars to your right. Makes things difficult. It's a good spot. Let's make it happen. Right back at it. It was a quick ride. I think the last one had a ton of traffic on it. This one might have a little bit less, but I'm hoping it might be a bit more directed, you know? Going a bit more in the way. It was a lot of local traffic at the Bozeman on-ramp, I think. It was going 1 or 2 exits down. I think it might be a bit more focused here. People heading off this on-ramp might be heading somewhere. Why you hate Californians, because we were about to get out of the car and I feel like that would have taken more than 10 seconds. He just liked working class people that made an honest living doing what he thought honest work. I think that's really the thing. Moving to Bozeman from Florida in 3 weeks. Jack reach around. It's a beautiful place. I think you'll like it here. I like it here. I kind of want to take my sweater off. It's too warm. We do a long way. Everything moves so quickly today. What did the first ride take? Because I turned down the first one, then the second one took me to Bozeman. But yeah, I guess I haven't really had any long waits today. What's the timer in the left corner? That's how long we've been waiting for a ride. Workout.org is a charity project from viewers from Berlin, Munich, and Barcelona. You have 36 hours to make as much form as you can. That's an interesting project. Ride sharing like Uber and Lyft made hitchhiking less unconventional than say it was 10 years ago. Like the thing about Uber and Lyft is it's usually within a city, and hitchhiking usually isn't within a city. It's between places. Like Uber and Lyft, you don't usually. Like if I'm going from Bozeman to Missoula, I wouldn't take an Uber or Lyft. So I feel like they're for different purposes. Uber and Lyft is a substitute for a taxi. It's not a substitute for travel between cities. If the United States had a really good like train network like Europe did, or ultra low cost carriers on airlines, then that would be competing with something like hitchhiking, because like in theory inexpensive to get from A to B, so less likely to want to hitchhike. Collected One, thank you for subscribing. Welcome to the TwitchHikers. I appreciate that, Collected One. Into Manhattan. I think that's the next little suburb. I got dropped off at Manhattan last time, and the on-ramp was a little lonely. It was a little sleepy, but that's okay. No Uber there? In Bozeman there is. I saw a car drive by with like an Uber and a Lyft thing in the windshield. So Bozeman has Uber. It's very illegal. It's more and more illegal with time. They really don't like you hopping freight trains. Hitchhiking you can do, except for in certain places. Hopping freight trains you can do nowhere legally. And they really don't like it when you do. Too hot. There's no wind. Man, I haven't had to go down to just my first shirt like all trip, starting with like Hitchhiking Canada. Close to TwitchCon. It depends what your definition of close is. How much more do I got, guys? People ask to hitchhike with you on the spot? No, but I've hung out with people a bit, and I've been like, I'm going here, you can come if you want. Hitchhike with me. Usually it's just for like one ride. Who's the first person I did that with? I met a girl in Newfoundland from the Netherlands, and I met up with her in Nijmegen, Netherlands, and hitchhiked with her to Rotterdam. powerlifting competition in Nijmegen at Radboud. Don't know what that is, but Nijmegen was a cool little town. I like Nijmegen. Mic check? Mic's weird? Alright, I'll fix. Wait. Is it my mic or is it a signal thing? Save? One sec. It's fine now? Somebody was saying it's fine now. It's fine now. Just a little moment. Okay, it must have been a signal thing. Sometimes some kind of weird signal thing can make the mic do funny things. But sometimes it's my hardware. And sometimes it's hard to tell the difference. Sorry. Sometimes things get messed up. Still have the static? Alright, I'll give it I'll replug it. To get rid of the buzzing static from the mic and it turned it into a tunnel, so turn it off. Okay, so you're messing around with settings. Can cars pull off without hitting a pole? Yes, they can. Yes, they can. But some people hear static, other people don't hear static. I don't know. I don't know, guys. It's so hot. How is this a thing? Yeah, I break these mics all the time. I'll give this one a quick, I'll plug it, unplug it, and plug it back in. That helps. Fixed? Alright, cool. I have to do that like several times a day because it just... Nope, fixed for a second. Was fixed? mic is there's no wind protection. It's not that windy, but you won't hear me very well. You get a lot of the background noise. So it could have just been, it was on the stock mic for a second, which sounded clear. I'll give it one more try and give it a bit more of a... Like, it probably sounds okay right now. Now this is the stock microphone. Yeah, the jack's just loose because I abuse everything I own. So something's probably wiggled loose. No, I know you're not getting static right now. Yeah, I know there's no static. The stock microphone is never staticky. How's it going? Whereabouts you headed to? Whereabouts you headed to? Manhattan? Actually, so I'm documenting the process of hitchhiking. So I have a little camera here, and just because you're smoking, I can't actually hop in. But I appreciate you stopping. Have a good one. He was like hotboxing his car. Like, opened the door and like puff of cloud came out. And Manhattan's just down the road anyway, so I'm not losing too much there. That would have been fun AF, and as legal as drinking and driving. Was it weed smoke? Oh, absolutely. Just like, even if you're allowed to smoke in wherever you are, you can't smoke and drive. Considered a DUI. What are these people doing up here? Driver isn't smoking and it's legal state, will you get it? What do you mean? If the driver isn't smoking and it's a legal state, will you get it? If the driver isn't smoking then that's a normal ride. They're not smoking. Fact, smokers drive safer? I think that's absolute bullshit. doesn't look like he's smoking them. Hey, how's it going?
Pretty good. Sorry, I don't have one.
That's all good. Whereabouts are you headed to?
Well, going west. How far are you trying to go?
Like Missoula. Today is my goal, I guess.
Right on.
Where are you headed?
I'm actually headed to the same place.
Oh, okay. Perfect. Now I'm documenting the process of hitchhiking. So I have a little camera. It doesn't have to be on you, but I do have a camera on me. Is that something you're comfortable having in your truck?
Yeah, I suppose.
Suppose?
New experience.
New experience? Okay. Do you want the backpack in the back of the backpack?
Maybe on my side.
On your side? I can do that. Sweet.
Squeeze it in there.
I'll do that. I just need to grab two things. And this guy. Sorry, I got lots of things.
Just throw it on top? Yeah.
Have to close it. All right, let's do this. Well, thank you for grabbing me. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, man. It's been a while since I picked anybody up.
Yeah? What made you decide to stop?
Well, sometimes my vehicle's like really packed and I'm like, oh, I wish I could pick that guy up, but there's just no way they're gonna fit with all their stuff. And
But
like this
but
time,
today,
I had just enough room and you seemed
could make
like
it
a
happen?
decent guy and I was like,
alright. Well, I certainly appreciate it. Helps me out a ton. All right. You start from here today, or are you coming from further?
I am coming from Billings.
Billings. Oh, that's where I started this morning, or just
right.
west of there. I was in what's it called? I forget what it's called now. But I started there.
You doing like a school project or?
I've been documenting hitchhiking for the past 6 months. Been through all 50 states, all 10 Canadian provinces. Before that, I just hitchhiked on my own. Did it in 25 countries. Now I've been picked up over 1,000 times. And I just wanted to show people what hitchhiking was like.
It's interesting.
So now I've been doing this, and I make enough from this now that I can sustain hitchhiking.
So do you like vlog the experience?
So I stream the hitchhiking to a website called Twitch TV.
Twitch, okay.
You've heard of Twitch?
I've heard of it. I've never dabbled, but
Yeah. So it's discovered in Montana is not very good.
no, I have a Verizon and an AT&T phone, and I'm about to drop the AT&T because the service is just terrible.
Yep, I've noticed that. It's it's horrible. I had Verizon coming through here last time in the summer, and it was so much better. It was so much better.
Yeah.
So.
As far as Montana goes, Verizon is probably the best.
Okay.
Off, so I was like, well, I'm going home now.
Oh, okay. What type of industry are you in?
I'm an apprentice in the operating engineers union.
Operating engineers. Is that like, so you went to school for engineering, have your bachelor's in engineering, or what is that?
It's heavy equipment.
Heavy equipment, okay.
Operating heavy equipment.
Oh, okay, alright.
And I went to school for it in Missoula,
Yeah,
but it wasn't a bachelor's, it's just a certificate.
yeah. It's like a heavy equipment, like excavators and stuff like that, okay.
Everything from excavators to cranes to dirt moving equipment, materials moving equipment.
Yeah.
They do a little bit with like surveying and stuff like that too. They're even starting to get into using like drones to inspect infrastructure.
Okay.
there's been a few instances that, you know, kind of turned out a little bit better. But all in all, I'm still happy with my decision. And, still am glad I'm doing what I'm doing and, you know, excited about the future. So, all in all, you know, things are pretty good.
That's awesome. And how old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
I just turned 32 in August.
Okay. So what were you doing before you were doing this type of work?
Well, I've been doing construction for quite a while, but when I was a kid, like, I was always, like, really fascinated by heavy equipment and, like, farm equipment and stuff like that. And I was doing other facets of construction that were just more like laboring and like handwork and stuff like that. And I had a GI Bill to use, and I took a really long time like debating like what I should use it for. Tried one type of construction for schooling. That ended after a semester, and I, you know, kind of decided to forego the rest of that schooling. Just couldn't really decide what I wanted to do, and one of my buddies was like, dude, you need to just pick something. You know, you need to get back into school because obviously you're not happy with, you know, the type of construction you're doing right now. It's not financially beneficial. You need to try and figure out what you want to do so you can use your school money and go, you know, improve your life. And so I decided, I was like, oh, I've had a passion for this stuff ever since I was young. So I went to school in fall of 2016 over in Missoula and got done with that after 2 semesters.
So it's a 1-year program, 2 semesters,
1-year program, and got out into the industry and started getting some on-the-job experience and you know, been happy with my decision ever since.
No, that sounds awesome. So GI Bill, you can take whatever education. How much? Is there like a limit, or like you can just whatever education you want, they cover it?
The rules around using it have changed quite a bit in the past 10 or so years, but and I'm not an expert on it, but to my knowledge, you've got about 4 years, which is roughly 8 semesters if you do like a traditional type of school. It can go towards other types of schooling, and the rules about how it gets applied and how much of your GI Bill it uses like can vary if you do like non-traditional forms of schooling, and how much it will pay towards your school. Like I know it generally pays a large portion of the bill if you go to a state school, but if you go to a private school, that's
just a portion. It's like a limit.
Yeah.
You can't be doing $50,000 a year at some private school.
Yeah, if you're going to a really expensive private school, they're usually not going to pay a whole lot. So
that's interesting.
Yeah. But about 8 semesters, and they used to only have 10 years after you get out of the service where you could use it, but now you have the rest of your lifetime after you get out of the service where you can use the GI Bill, which is
nice. Yeah.
And then
so you did 2 semesters. Do you still have like 6 more semesters, 3 years that you can use, or like once you use it, it's kind of like okay, you're
before this last go around with school, I used 1 semester, so I think I got about 5 left.
Okay.
And I've heard that, like, say if you get done with, like, say you do a few semesters and then, like, maybe, like, do, like, a 2-year school after that, like, if you've got a semester left, you can start a new program and they'll extend the GI Bill so that you can get through that program.
Okay.
Which is pretty sweet.
Yeah, no, that's cool.
And I'm not positive about that because I think that's one of the most recent rule changes, but I guess I'd say I can't be quoted as saying that, but I think that's one of the new rules as far as using it, which is pretty cool because I'm planning on going back to school since I got some left, and if I finish another 2 years carried me all the way through that program.
Yeah.
Pretty beneficial.
And with the GI Bill, which section of the military did you serve with?
I was with the Army.
The Army. Yeah. How was your experience there? You have to delve into it, but just in a general sense.
It was pretty good. There were some things that I experienced that I wasn't as big of a fan of as other things, but I'm still glad I did it.
Okay.
Had a pretty huge impact on my life, and
I expect it would.
yeah, and I look back on it, and I have some pretty good memories, and it's now serving my life in a way that is fairly beneficial to me. I got pretty decent health care through the VA, and I got some school benefits, and I got some experiences that I probably wouldn't have got anywhere else. So.
Yeah. So, like the things you look back fondly on, is that like the camaraderie kind of thing? Like you met some really good people?
Definitely.
Is that like
definitely
the highlight kind of?
Definitely did some good networking, met some really awesome people, learned a lot.
Yeah.
Not only about the military, but about life. And got to experience a lot of things. I love traveling.
Yeah.
So I got to do that a lot. New experiences, new people. And I'm definitely glad I did that as opposed to just since I grew up here, I could have stuck around and did my thing here, but I'm glad I got to get out and experience life other places.
How long were you serving for?
I did about 5 years.
5 years. Is that like one tour? Is that what you call it? I just don't know the.
So there's different types of contracts a person can get for like different amounts of time.
Yep.
And as far as like doing like a overseas tour, I did one of those for 1 year, and decided to do the whole 20 and retire.
Yeah. Okay. Now traveling, that's something that I'm big on, of course, with my stuff. What are your favorite places you've been?
My international travel isn't as extensive as my stateside travel.
All right, let's start with stateside.
Stateside, I really am a little bit more partial to the western portion of the United States.
Yeah. I'm the same way. I'm from the West Coast, so,
okay.
But Canada.
I like the geography and the terrain and for the most part, like the culture on the western portion than I do on the eastern portion. But I do, after going around the East Coast a fair amount, there are things that I like about the eastern part of the U.S. And there's a lot of awesome people out there. Made a lot of great friendships out there. Experienced a lot of good things. A lot of good food on the East Coast, I will say that.
What type of East Coast food are you big on?
So I used to live in Buffalo, New York, so I really love wings and pizza.
Wings and pizza. I think wings and pizza better there than West Coast? Pizza's no.
Buffalo's the home of wings.
I guess, yeah. So
that's where they started, and then as far as pizza goes, like they're my favorite. Like a lot of people love like a traditional New York City style.
Yeah.
A lot of people love a traditional Chicago style deep dish. Buffalo's kind of like in between. They're like, as far as I know, they're more of like a fluffier style pizza, but not necessarily like a deep dish.
So which type of pizza are you? What's your type?
I like the fluffy doughy crust.
The fluffy doughy crust. Okay. I don't know if I have a favorite, but I mix it up. I'm not partial to one type.
Yeah,
all pizzas are run equal in my mind.
I may have some kinds of favorites, but they're as far as the other types go, like if it's done well, it's done well. You can't.
See, and then even with pizza's one of the food where I'm like, even if it's not good pizza, it's still pretty good. Like it's hard to mess up like pizza bread, like sauce and cheese, whatever toppings. Like,
Yeah,
I don't think I've ever had pizza. I'm like, this is actually really bad food. I'm still like, objectively, this isn't the best pizza, but it's still good. It's cheesy bread, tomato sauce. Like,
for sure.
it still tastes good.
For sure, it's a comfort food that whether it's done to the highest standards or not, it still can, please the palate.
Yes, I'd agree. So, have you been to most states then?
Yeah, I think I'm probably still missing roughly 10, but I've been to the majority of the states.
Yeah.
Some, I've only been traveling through, so I don't really have much experience in certain places, but
yeah. And that would be my thing as well. Like, I've been to all 50 now, but some of them it's just kind of like you drive right through it, and you're like, okay, I've been to it, but have I really?
Yeah, totally.
It's the same thing where, like, internationally, I've been to some places where I just landed in the airport and had a layover. I'm like, I do not count that as actually being to that country.
Yeah.
I've been to South Africa technically, but I was on a layover, so I don't count me having ever been to Africa because I didn't leave the airport. So, as far as I'm concerned, I didn't really
with
see the country.
I had a layover in Ireland, and it was really cool. Like the short slice of time that I was there.
Did you actually get to leave the airport and check things out?
Didn't get to leave the airport.
Okay.
But like the airport bar, for instance, I got to try some Irish beers, and like the scenery just from inside the airport, like looking out at the land, was like really cool. And makes me want to go back for sure.
Cool. Yeah, Ireland's one of my favorite countries I've been to. A very common question I get is like, what's your favorite country you've hitchhiked through? It's Ireland, Croatia, and Japan are my answers. But Ireland, I had a great experience there. I don't know, hitchhiking around small town in Ireland. You just got such a nice vibe. Like, the people were so friendly. You got picked up quickly. Ended up places to stay so often just from opening yourself up by hitchhiking or going to a bar with a big backpack with cards shoved in it. Like, everyone there in those small towns, like, not really on the tourist map. Like, they know everyone that's in there, and then you go in there and they'll come up and start talking to you. They're curious what you're doing there, where you're from, and what you're trying to accomplish.
Experience like in Nevada, because like the few times I tried to hitchhike in Nevada, there's a state law that says
it's banned.
you're not supposed to pick up hitchhikers, so I found it to be difficult.
Yes, I've experienced that as well. I was stuck in Vegas for a while, but this is why I'm taking 90 to Washington and then going south. I'm going to San Jose, California right now.
Oh, right.
But I'm going through, Idaho is also banned, but between Missoula and Spokane, Washington, it's just a tiny little section of Idaho.
Yeah,
I'm hoping to get a ride straight through there without having to stop there.
That shouldn't be too hard.
But funny you should mention that. People are like, why aren't you going this way? You're doing so many more miles by going north. I'm like, because Nevada.
Yeah. Yep.
So you've done some hitchhiking as well.
Yeah, a little bit.
Out of necessity, or you're just like, I'm going hitchhiking, going travel?
Just out of necessity. I've never really hitchhiked for fun. There's been a few times where I've thought about it and been like, oh, that'd be kind of cool, but never really tried it out.
No. For me, this all started when I used to take the Greyhound bus pretty frequently, and I hated that bus.
Yeah.
It was slow, stopped at every town along the way, and the route I ran, it took like 6 hours on the bus, you could drive it in 3, so it took twice as long. And one time I said, screw it, I'm going to hitchhike, and I got picked up in 20 minutes, and they drove me right to my friend's front door, like 3 hours away. And ever since then, I just kind of escalated it. Within a year, I was on an 8-month trip around the world through 23 countries.
That's awesome.
Just because, starting with that first experience, it snowballed from there. It's been a lot of fun these past 4 years. A lot of fun.
You think you'll ride a boat over your travels or something like that?
I'm not sure. Some people, say that I should have always been a horrible writer. Like, I'll have thoughts, but I have really struggled to put that down onto paper. Thoughts into actual sentences. Maybe I'd be better in transcribing my thought, like just talking, having a computer transcribe it, and then edit it from there. Maybe that would be better. something I'll look at. But yeah, what I'm doing right now is like a all day, every day live view of hitchhiking, and gets broadcast, and people will hang around all day seeing what hitchhiking's like, from the boring moments to the exciting moments. I wanted to give an authentic view of what hitchhiking's like, because it has a really negative perception. Like, people think of it, they think you're essentially playing Russian roulette with your life, and that hasn't been my experience.
I don't think
So after 700 rides, before I started streaming, I'm 1,000 now, but at 700 rides, I'm like, I want to show people what it's like, and this is the medium I found to show that. And we've certainly met a lot of characters, like hitchhiking. You meet some weird people, but I don't think it's as dangerous as people make it out to be.
Yeah, the few people I've picked up, like I've had some really interesting conversations. And, learned some pretty cool stuff.
Yeah. What's an example of like just an interesting ride you had?
I picked up a fella I was driving up north on I-5 through Oregon, and I picked up a guy that I think he was originally from Northern California, and he was on his way up to a VA hospital in Washington to visit his father.
Yep.
Who was ill at the time, and so he was a farmer, and I just don't think he had means to travel up there. I don't think he had his own car, so. It's pretty cool that I could give him a hop
for that. Yeah. Did you get him most of the way there? Or
I think I.
Some interesting people from different walks of life on both ends of it, both picking up hitchhikers and hitchhiking yourself. Now you've done a few times, so you had some interesting rides from people?
Yeah, I got picked up by a veteran one time when I was out in Oregon, and it wasn't a very long trip, but we had some decent little camaraderie talking about our time in the service.
Yeah. No, that'd be good.
Yeah, and another time, interestingly enough, it was in Nevada, and I got picked up by a law enforcement officer. Because he was like, I see you out here hitchhiking, and you can't be doing that. And I told him my story.
Like one guy just said, we're just making sure you're not drunk on the side of the road and like a risk to people driving around.
Yeah.
Like you're not going to fall into the road and get hit. So most of the time it's positive, and usually action, I'll be like, so are you busy right now? Are you mind taking me a little ways down the road? And about half the time they're down to give you a ride down the way.
Yeah.
Which is always fun. Almost every time it's been in the back of the car. One time it was in the front.
Can't remember whether I was in the front or in the back. It was a while ago. It was pretty cool though, so that was nice.
Yeah. I've had one cop that wasn't cool. In Massachusetts.
Did he try and ticket you?
No, so I was hitchhiking on like a service station next to a state highway in Massachusetts. Like it was on a highway kind of looking like this, but just more Massachusetts looking than Montana, and like just a gas station on the side. So everyone was going like down that highway pretty good. So it was a good spot. Everyone going there was going a decent way. And I was hitchhiking there, and cop pulls up and he's like, "So hitchhiking's banned in the state of Massachusetts." And I'm like, I know it's not, and I decide how I wanted to address that, because you don't just tell a police officer they're wrong.
Yeah.
So I asked him if he could find the law that states that it's banned in the state of Massachusetts, because I looked it up beforehand, and it's fine. You just can't be on certain highways in certain places. So I went back to his car, and like 10 minutes later, coming back, and he's like, "So hitchhiking isn't, or due to a technicality, hitchhiking isn't banned in the state of Massachusetts, but you can't do it here." I'm like, "Okay, where can I do it?" And he's like, "You can do it there." And I'm like, "Okay, can you take me there? Because I can't walk there, because you said I can't walk on the highway." And he's like, "Okay." So he took me there, told me where I could do it. I hitchhiked there for an hour and a half, and he came back after an hour and a half, and he's like, "You can't hitchhike here." And I'm like, "But you told me to hitchhike here." And I'm like, it got to a point where he was like, "If you have a problem with that, I can take you to jail if you'd like." And I'm like, me across, and I sat down, and then this lady and her partner pulled up by, and she'd driven past me 2 times prior, but she was running errands. She saw me just like sitting down on a median, being all like, "That sucks." And she's like, "You need a ride?" I'm like, "Yeah." "Where you headed?" "Boston." And they took me there, took me out for dinner, and then took me even further. So a day of bad moments and good moments. A little contrast. Makes you appreciate the good moments.
Yeah.
That was the only negative cop experience I've had. Most have been very positive. Most have been very positive.
So you said you're from Canada?
Yep. West Coast.
BC?
Vancouver? Yeah, BC.
Nice.
That's my home.
I really want to get up there someday to really like downhill mountain biking, and
Oh yeah?
I want to go ride Whistler pretty bad.
it's a good hill.
It's the mecca for North America.
Yeah. Well, I haven't actually spent too much time around here, but you do have some good mountains out here, and like you got the Rockies coming up here. Around, is it around Missoula?
I did a little bit this summer. I went to a few of the mountains because I'm not much for pedaling uphill, so I usually try and go to a resort that offers lift access.
Yeah, they'll have a lift. Yeah.
So yeah, I've gotten a little bit in. I haven't been to like all the places in Montana that you can do it downhill mountain biking, but yeah, we have we're for that type of activity, we've got a decent scene.
Now you downhill bike. Do you also do the winter sports on the mountains too?
Yeah, I'm not a very good skier, but I just finally growing up on skiing.
Okay. It's close by, so grew up going there all the time. But not so much anymore. It's not in the
A little bit of finances to accomplish.
yeah.
I know
Just would strap skins to their skis, walk up there,
yeah.
and then go down. And then you just paying for
to do the normal ski season, but there's also hike up and ski down.
wouldn't even take me if I didn't have my AST1, my Avalanche Safety Training 1 certificate, pretty much signifying that I am competent enough to hopefully be able to play. So.
It's something that a person should probably have some training.
I agree.
Have quite a few viewers on Twitch.
Just shy. So.
Drive through the western portion of this. A lot of really nice.
Pick a few where you're like, yes, here, and maybe here.
So maybe a time to like get out of the deployment for a couple weeks.
Okay.
Passport. Before they need a passport now, and I was like, damn it. So I ended up going to Las Vegas to visit some buddies.
That's a big change of plans.
Well, yeah, I had some friends that had just moved down there.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And I wasn't really expecting to have to change my plans, and so just kind of on the fly, I was like, well, I guess I'm going to Vegas.
Like, if you got some buddies there, it's not the worst place to be. I didn't like going there because I was like traveling by myself, and then it was illegal for hitchhiking, and then I don't gamble, and I'm like, why am I in Vegas?
Okay.
Like the reasons you'd want to be in Vegas, it's like there for like a weekend. You drink and you gamble and you party, and then you go home.
Yeah, we were all freshly 21.
So that's fine. Yeah.
So for us, yeah, it was quite the experience.
Yeah. Do you have your passport now?
I do.
Yeah.
Someday I'd like to maybe explore the Caribbean a little bit more. Jamaica's been on the bucket list for quite a while.
Mm-hmm.
Costa Rica. It'd be really cool to go to Peru and check out some of the ancient areas down there.
Yeah.
there's some spots in Europe that'd be really sweet to check out. There's definitely some sweet mountain biking over there I'd like to check out. But I haven't really been putting too much thought towards it. Haven't necessarily had the funds to travel internationally.
Yeah, it's certainly not cheap. Flights,
Some
accommodation.
people can make it happen for a pretty low amount of money, but it takes.
You have to sacrifice some things to do that too, right? Yeah. You're sacrificing a little bit of comfort and sometimes a little bit of the experience. Like you go somewhere, a new place with interesting food and stuff like that, and you're being cheap, so you have to eat at the grocery stores and sleep in not the nicest places to sleep. For me, I sleep in a tent and then I eat fast food, junk food. You go somewhere that's known for this food, and I'm like, no, that's too expensive, so I'm just gonna eat bread and McDonald's.
Whatever you can to get by.
Yeah, enough to keep me satiated, make me feel full. So you can miss out on a little bit. But what I do to cut costs as well is credit card companies really want you to get their credit cards, and they'll offer you good sign-up bonuses just to get the card in your hands, hoping that you hold on to it, use it, maybe put a balance on it, and then you pay the 20+% interest and stuff like that. But in order to get that card in your hands, they're like, if you sign up now, we'll give it to you first year free and give you a big pile of points. So I kind of just get cards just for the sign-up bonus, keep it for a few months, cancel it, wait a few months, get it again, and cycle through it. So credit card training. And you get enough where you can fly around just on the points, and then a little bit of taxes on top of that. So it cuts the transportation across the oceans kind of cost.
Do you follow your credit score during that whole process?
So
how has getting the cards and then canceling them affected your credit?
So when you apply for a card, that's a hard hit on your credit, and so that's a credit inquiry. And that's one thing they look at when they're assessing your credit score. And lots of inquiries in a short amount of time is seen as a risk to creditors, as it looks like you're trying to accumulate a lot of potential debt, and that's a risk to them. So if I apply for 3-4 cards in a short amount of time, I'll probably take a 30-point hit, maybe 40-point hit on my credit score. And that will recover within a 6-month to a 1-year period. Now, I don't have any plans to be getting a bank loan or a mortgage in that time. Certainly, if you have plans to be using your credit for something bigger, it's a really bad thing to do in the short term, but long term, it doesn't affect you. Because the main impact is your credit inquiries. It looks like you're searching for debt.
What about shutting credit cards down? Does that impact your credit much?
It doesn't really. It doesn't really. I always keep another thing on your credit score is the average age of your current credit, and if you have a bunch of new cards, then that can decrease it as well. So I always keep my very first credit card from my very first bank, because that's my oldest line of credit. So that always sits there and gets bigger and bigger. So it's useful. But yeah, I like my scores in the mid 700s. It hovers between 720 and 760, 770, which is a good score. I've never missed a payment, never anything like that, so it's a good score. But I have, what I've started to use it now for is you can get a lot of points pretty easily. So you could use it for economy, but you can fly a round trip to Europe for $500 if you're flexible on your schedule. It's pretty cheap in economy. But what's still expensive is business and first class flights. So last fall I accumulated enough where I'm like, you know what? I'm going to do a trip where I do a contrast of things. I'm going to hitchhike, which is your lowest class of travel, and then I'm going to burn all my points and get international first class flights, and do a trip around the world. So I hitchhiked from British Columbia to Boston, Massachusetts, and then I flew Cathay Pacific first class to Hong Kong with a month-and-a-half stopover, which would continue to Johannesburg, South Africa. In that month-and-a-half period, I flew down to Vietnam, where I used some of my points for a resort in Vietnam, and then flew down to Australia, hitchhiked across Australia from the east coast to the west coast, from Gold Coast to Perth. and then flew back up to Hong Kong, reconnected with that, went up to Dubai, and I flew back home on, it was my favorite flight of my life, was on Etihad's first class apartments. Burned 115,000 American Airlines A Advantage miles, but that got me like a seat on their plane with like a closing door, and you get to shower on the plane, which I thought was funny.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Just totally unnecessary. But if it only costs $70 in taxes, yeah,
Yeah,
I'm down.
Quite the hookup.
Yeah. So that's one way to cut costs with traveling, is to use credit card companies to your advantage.
So when you went to Dubai, did you hitchhike in Dubai?
So I flew from Johannesburg to Dubai and then flew out of Abu Dhabi. There's like 120 kilometers or something like that between, so 70 miles between Dubai and Abu Dhabi, and my plan was initially to hitchhike there. I didn't end up doing that, but I was thinking, yeah, it's a short amount of time, or short distance. You know, catch a couple of rides, see if it works out.
Rules against hitchhiking there?
Not that I've heard of. They might give you some weird.
Yeah, that's a pretty.
As soon as I left the airport, so I left the airport, went onto their ground little rail system that connects different parts of the cities, and I went on that, and I just went onto the first car I saw and sat down in the first place I saw, and I'm just sitting there, and then like 2 exits later, a lady comes on, she's like, "This is the women's only section, you have to stand over there," and I'm like, "Oh, I've never even thought to consider that." Sure enough, like in several places, like, this is the women's section. It's just something I've never had to even think about, because it's not gender segregated here in Canada and the United States. So I learned that quick.
Yeah, there's some places in the world that you don't really think about before you go there, but like once you're there, you're like, man, I really need to read up on some of the cultural rules as to like navigating, like just being there.
Yeah, and after that, I was trying to be cognizant, because I was just like doing my own, like, sitting on the train, not looking for signs that say you can't be a guy on this part of the train. So that was different, but like, and as a visitor there, it's like my responsibility to follow their cultural norms and stuff like that. It's just strange for me. It's just strange. But yeah. Definitely hit up Ireland. It's a beautiful place.
Yeah, I'd like to do that someday. Ireland and Scotland. Yeah, it's part of the, I guess, lineage of my ancestors.
you pick up a big difference between like Irish whiskey and like Scottish whiskey? The difference, I couldn't be like, yeah, it's this and this. Do you just like whiskeys in general?
Yeah, I enjoy some good whiskey.
Yeah.
Goes down really easy.
Do you have a
craftsmanship?
Out of curiosity, do you have a favorite kind of scotch? Because the first thing I did when I was legal in Canada, which was at 19 in my province, was I went out and I'm like, I'm gonna get a big boy drink. I'm gonna get a bottle of scotch, and I got a bottle of Glenlivet 12, and I had that for like 2 years because I tried every couple months and be like, yep, that still is not that's very strong tasting.
So the rules that I go by for scotch are, and I was taught this by a fellow over on the East Coast that I used to work with. His dad distilled whiskey for Johnny Walker.
Yeah.
And the guy was like his dad was like a triple doctorate, like knew a lot about scotch, and so he kind of grew up learning all about it. And so I don't know that I necessarily have a brand that I stick to, and I haven't tried like a really large variety of brands. But 18-year scotch is kind of like, it's weird. It's like the magic number.
Is it?
Like, anything older than 18 year is like just generally gonna be really awesome. And also single malt, like I generally do. Cheap, like
You guys got, let's say like 8. Like last week. Because I went right across Canada and then like crossed into Upper Michigan.
fall.
Yeah. like, active through here? Kind of like through a mountain.
End of my teenage years. So I asked a friend.
Doing it, so.
Yeah.
This Butte.
Prehistoric place.
What kind of history?
Well, because of this Butte open pit mine, at one time it was like considered quote unquote richest hill on earth because of all the copper that they mined out of it, and because of it being such a big mine back in the day, it drew a lot of industry and commerce, and really economically drove a lot of Montana.
Okay.
this mine here, and then they sent a lot of the copper ore to Anaconda to get refined, and then where I grew up over in Great Falls, a little bit further away, that was the other big copper refining facility.
Okay. So that's the open pit right there? Wow. I think I must have passed through here. Maybe it was nighttime before. I don't remember. I don't remember it being, it's pretty impressive. How long has it been running?
I'm not for sure, but I want to say since the early 1900s.
Yeah. So other things, so it's copper, anything else, or is it copper mine?
I think it's mostly just copper.
Yeah. So then does the town kind of cycle around the price of copper? If copper's doing well, then the town's doing well, people are making money, and it goes through that. Is there any other industry?
I think as far as economically for the town, like, there was a time when it was experiencing a much bigger economic boom back when, like, the mine was kind of new, because I think at this point, like, they've mined quite a bit of the copper out of this particular mine, so
Oh,
I
okay.
don't think
It's not as profitable as it was, yeah.
yeah, I don't think it's producing as much as it used to.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of talk now about it being kind of a Superfund site because of like at the bottom of the pit, there's the kind of a lake with like a lot of heavy metals in it.
Someone else was telling me about that. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like the just super polluted.
Yeah, pretty hot topic
Poisonous
as far
lake.
as like what to do with it moving forward.
Yeah. So what were their options?
Kick the can down the road, I think, was pretty much the only option for quite some time, and now they're finally getting to the point where they're like, we really have to address trying to reclaim the mine and figure out how to solve the problem, because it's gotten pretty significant as far as like it's a pretty daunting task trying to process all the heavy metals out of it and detoxify the open pit mine. I really don't know how they're going to do that, but I do know that they're really making a push to try and address it.
Good. Because it's down there, but it's affecting things from outside of that.
Well, yeah, I think there's some debate as far as like how long of time they have before like the pool of water reaches the water table, and so like once that happens, it could be like pretty detrimental to the fresh water in the area, as well as like people downstream, because the Clark Fork River heads that way. If it reaches the water table, then it could affect communities downstream. And I don't know if maybe it already has, because I know that there's a lot of talk over in Missoula about like what they could potentially be experiencing as far. I mean, I'm sure the government probably tests the water for contamination as far as what potentially could be coming from this area, but really not the most knowledgeable on the subject.
That's good. I'm just curious. I'm a tourist.
Yeah.
So I'm always interested into what is currently going on and
Yeah.
the history, the everything.
I really should try and learn more about it.
But that's the thing, like where I'm from, like if I had to, like if someone's coming through my town, I picked up my hitchhiking, they're like, so tell me about the Comox Valley. I'd be like, there's forestry and fishing, and there's an Air Force base. Ask me about the history that I got nothing. There was a coal mine at one point. That's about all I got. So, like, I don't know. People seem to neglect their hometown, and then they search for things elsewhere. When quite often there's a lot of substance and history to where they're from originally.
Yeah.
And I've done that exact thing. I don't know anything about my home, really.
I guess there is a different sort of mining starting to happen here now. I guess there's some Bitcoin mines that
Are they around here?
yeah, there's a bit of a burgeoning tech industry in Butte, from what I've heard.
Interesting. Is it like power's cheap here, or like why here?
Yeah, I think
Because for
the state energy company, Northwestern Energy, they're, I want to say, headquartered out of Butte. I'm not positive about that, but I think yeah, I think it's a decent little hotbed for tech and whatnot.
so yeah, I think like your big cost for mining like cryptocurrency is your hardware cost,
Yeah.
GPU mining, and then it's just electricity costs because you're running all this electronics all day, every day. But I didn't think about that. Interesting. Bitcoin mining going on. I don't know what Bitcoin's at anymore. It's a very volatile currency.
Yeah, it is.
Did you ever partake yourself?
I haven't. I've watched a few little kind of like documentaries or like little excerpts on YouTube about Bitcoin, but it's such a volatile form of investing that I know so little about. I feel like I would not profit off of it because I would be the guy that gets into the wrong Bitcoin at the wrong time.
Well, yeah, volatility can mean great profits or
If you know
great
what you're
losses.
doing, yeah.
So it just means lots of movement. It could be one way or the other.
Yeah.
It might not be the way you're wanting to do. Since one Bitcoin is 6,000 USD, I think it was at like 1.19 thousand. So it's less than 1/3 of it of what it peaked at. So a lot of money was made and lost.
Yeah, no doubt. It's something at times I kind of wish I would have learned more about when it was in its infancy, so I could have tried to maybe made some moves and tried to.
Oh yeah, hindsight's 20/20.
Yeah.
If we could do that with anything, it's like, I shoulda, woulda, coulda.
Well, and I think what kept me away from it was like when it was in its infancy, like there was a lot of talk about like how the government was going to eventually like try and tax it, and
Like the
and so that's a big part of what like kept me out of it is like the unknowns about like what was eventually going to happen.
yeah. And then you'll have a lot of people that'll be like, I would have bought in when it was like a couple cents a coin. I totally would have held on until it was 19,000. This is what you would have bought it at 1 cent per coin, and when it went up to $2, you're like, oh boy, I bought $1,000 at 1 cent. What is that? 200 times your money. So cash in at $200,000, you're pretty happy.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have waited till it was 19,000, where now you're like worth a couple $100 million. You would have cashed in like way before then, because no one knew it would go like that.
There's a part of me, hindsight being 2020, if I was to go back in time and invest in something, it would have probably been like real estate in
during like the economic downturn.
Yeah.
The 08, 09 kind of thing.
Exactly. I feel like I probably would have been a lot safer personally doing that, since I don't know much about Bitcoin. Like that probably would have. Like I think about that a fair amount. I'm like, man, I could have taken the money that I made in the military back in the day and like went down there and bought a house, sat on it for a little while, probably made a decent little profit, but you know.
It's always the hindsight.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of money to be made off of that economic downturn. Like, just in like, if we're talking just like stocks and stuff like that, a lot of companies went down to very low values, but most of them have recovered to.
Now that I've kind of found a look into things I can invest in, because I never really had enough money to really invest much
So yeah.
for a long period of time when I was like working like lower paying construction jobs.
Yeah, I'm an accounting finance major in college, but I've never actually done any of my own investing or anything like that because I've never had money, never really had surplus money that I could actually put it away into something that it's going to stay there for a while. It's like I might need this little buffer of cash pretty soon, so I'm not going to put it in anything illiquid that I can't really touch.
Investing's tricky. Especially when you don't have a whole lot to work with. It's like, well, I might as well just keep it liquid for now.
Yeah, it's tough, but like the power of compounding interest is. Over the past like 70 years, something like that, it's about 10%. Like just in indexes, your Dow Jones, your S&P 500s.
Yeah, there's a type of investing that I'm starting to try and kind of dabble with. It's like investments made on like moral and ethical like grounds, like investing in companies that are focused on like sustainability and companies that like get graded by like how they treat their employees and stuff like that. So the person that I have do my investing, like I've made it known that like I kind of want to invest in companies that like do well in terms of like scoring indexing it someday I might be employed. A strain on my relationship until like April before I go back to work, but I'll just try and make it last until then. And I mean, I'm kind of still being in the union. I'm like non-compete for my industry, so I'm like not supposed to go work for a non-union company operating heavy equipment.
Really?
But there's nothing saying I can't go do any other facet of construction.
Okay.
For a non-union company. So I've got friends that have their own construction companies. I might go give them a hand with some of their projects as a way to pay the bills in the meantime.
No, that makes sense. Do you enjoy that type of work as well, the general construction?
Yeah, well, I like heavy equipment the most because like it gives me the most satisfaction out of all the different types of construction a person can do. I guess that's kind of my zen, and keeps me engaged. And like sometimes when I'm doing other forms of like construction, like just general laboring, like my mind starts to wonder if I'm doing like a monotonous form of work. That can be when like my mind starts to really like find displeasure with what I'm doing. So I find that the more engaged I am in my work, probably the more happy I am with it at the end of the day.
Yeah.
But if I'm doing like basic folk art, as long as it's not for like, as long as I know I'm not going to be doing that for much more than a couple months, like I can usually get by and be like, yeah, this isn't so bad.
Yeah, I can see that. Do you know what that is?
So that's the stack for the copper refinery.
Oh, so they refine it over there? All that copper from there was refined over there?
Yep.
Okay.
Well, a significant portion of it. The other one was in Great Falls, but that stack ended up getting demolished.
Okay.
And so I think that's the tallest freestanding refining structure in the world.
Really?
Yeah, the next tallest one used to be, I think, in Japan, but that one also got demolished. Interesting.
Is it used still?
I don't know whether that refinery still runs or not. I think it does, but we should go like tour the structure one of these days.
Yeah, check it out.
Yeah, like check it out up close. I've driven by it. There's a road that goes through there that's kind of cool.
Yeah, it stands out in the landscape.
Yeah.
You're just like looking at it, it's like small towns, mountains, and then boom, random tall tower.
One time that I never really checked to see whether it's true or not, but like a guy told me that like on top of it you can line up 18 tractor trailers like
Around the circumference?
Yep.
Wow.
But
It's tough to see the scale from this far.
yeah, I don't know if that's true or not. You could lie to me.
There's a lot of emptiness between here and Missoula, or is there lots of towns dotted along?
Yeah, there's a fair amount of like small towns on the way. Lots of farmland. that like the southwestern corner of Montana produces as much cattle as the rest of the state.
Okay.
Like this is like from kind of Butte south, and then from Butte like west on this interstate. Like this portion of southwestern Montana is really does a lot of cattle ranching.
Makes sense. Looks like it'd be ranch land.
Yeah, they get a pretty decent amount of moisture, so it's a lot easier for them to sustain a lot of cattle than like drier areas, like some in the eastern portion of the state, as well as like, you know, compared to like obviously down south, like Arizona and Texas, like there's a lot more hay that gets produced up here, so it doesn't take as big of a size of land to like keep, you know,
Okay.
a herd of cattle fed.
So it does get a decent amount of rain here?
What's that?
It does get a decent amount of rain here, you said?
Yep.
Yeah. Because landscape-wise, it still looks like pretty dry, but is that like the soil? That's kind of just like makes it fairly small grass lands. So when I think of like places that get lots of rain, I think like more trees prop up and like greenness.
Yeah, soil and moisture. And this is like kind of a drier time of year. Like if you drive through here in springtime, it's really pretty. It's just
Yeah.
green everywhere.
Is this all green in the spring?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Montana's a really awesome place to drive through in the spring. I really enjoy it when everything's all green.
For sure. It is nice that 80-mile-an-hour speed limit too.
Yeah.
Get around a little bit quicker.
I really enjoy that compared to like places on the West Coast like Oregon where it's 65.
Or
It's kind of like Texas. They give the people in the state a little bit more free reign to put the pedal to the metal.
yeah, things are really spread out then. Because my least favorite province in Canada is Ontario, and it's not because of people in Ontario, they're fine, but it's the province. So, sorry, this is in kilometers, but it's 2,000 kilometers wide, so like 1,200 miles, I guess, approximately. And the speed limit's 90 kilometers an hour, which would be like what, 55, something like that, maybe just under 55. And most of it is that 90 kilometer an hour speed limit, so like less than 55 for more than half of it. So it just seems to never end because like people don't really drive 90, they'll go 100, maybe 110, but like so 60, 65. But still, like it takes forever to get across that state.
Yeah, I've got a little bit of experience driving over there because I'm a pretty big Toronto Blue Jays baseball fan. And
Yeah.
used to live in Buffalo, which was right across the river from Ontario. So I've been up to one Jays game before. And even though the speed limit is a little slower in Ontario, I really enjoyed being there. It's a pretty area. I like Toronto too. It's kind of a cool city.
Yeah, it's a cool city. It's Canada's biggest as well, or most populated.
It's the most populated
Yeah,
in Canada.
It'd be Toronto. And our other like major internationally known cities would be like Montreal and Vancouver. They're like major cities.
Yeah, I really do like Vancouver and Toronto. I've been to both. And really awesome, like multicultural cities.
Yep. Yeah, they're definitely multicultural.
A lot of good food.
Yep, as with a multicultural city, you get a lot of diversity in your food. which is nice.
I really love traveling places and eating the food.
Yeah.
One of the things I told my girlfriend before I took her out to Buffalo last fall was that we're going to do a lot of eating.
As you should. Do you have like a favorite type of food? Or like, that's like maybe not North American, ethnic?
That's a good question. I do enjoy me some sushi.
Oh, there you go, because that's my answer.
Yeah, and it's actually kind of funny too. Like, eating sushi with me is a pretty entertaining experience because, like, no matter how many times people have tried to teach me how to use
The chopsticks?
like, I've got my own way of doing it because, like, a ton of people have been like, oh, just let me teach you. I guarantee you, like, I know the way. And,
But
like,
no.
We'll get you using it like a
Yeah.
normal. Yeah, with me, it's more like, I see those.
Yeah.
It's, prehistoric and ignorant way of eating with chopsticks, but
Do you get weird looks by like people?
oh, yeah. I don't even mind it either. I'm like, yeah, it's what I do. The way I know how to do it. And honestly, it's like I get some enjoyment out of doing it like that.
I'm different. I'm gonna do it my way.
Yeah.
And you can make fun of me, but it works.
Yeah.
And if
I
it
don't
works, is it really dumb? No, because it works.
Yeah, I honestly like the fact that, like, people kind of make fun of it. Like, I'm just like, well, I mean, at least I'm entertaining somebody.
Yeah, and I feel the same way. Like when I'm hitchhiking there, like people drive. If you enjoy, even though you don't think it's like cool what I do, you just find it humorous what I do. That's fine. At least you're getting some entertainment out. We're in the same boat here.
Yeah. So yeah, I enjoy some sushi.
Oh yeah.
She made some really amazing. Steak. Well, I guess steak is more of a non. That's more of like a. Tried Irish food before, but like I feel like I've never really experienced, like, you know, probably some stuff like you have.
That type of trip. I was a very frugal person. I wasn't going out like eating the local cheap potato salad from the grocery store and muesli and yogurt and bread. Rating kind of. So I was like, I ate decent in Japan and I love Japanese food, so that was like the one. That and Russia. Russia was really cheap. The ruble was weak. Like out all the time, and it cost me just a couple bucks here and there.
How was Russian cuisine?
I liked it.
I liked it.
It was good. I didn't know how to speak much Russian, and I only I got a mobile data SIM card, for Russia for hitchhiking across it. But like still, someone hands you a menu and I'm like, I still can't read the menu. I don't know how to like look at something and be like, yeah. So I pretty much learned how to say like meat and potatoes, and then with meat and potatoes, and like borscht and stuff like that. And I learned how to say pancakes was like blini or something like that. They like do these like thin pancakes with a simple syrup kind of sauce. But it was only at the end of it that I realized you could, with Google Translate, it would use your camera and you could put it on Russian text and it would translate it on your screen for you into English, which would have been super helpful the whole trip because like I could actually read the menu at that point, because otherwise I had no idea what was on the menu. I just learned how to say a few things that could kind of work for food. So, but anyways, it was cheap, so I was just like took what I could get.
You ever travel out to Hawaii?
Yeah, I've been to Hawaii, but I was just there briefly. This summer, late this summer, right as Hurricane Lane was coming. It didn't hit the island as much as they thought it might, but so I got there and they're like, oh yeah, in 4 days a hurricane's gonna be here. I'm like, sweet.
Yeah, that's one place I really want to go back to.
Yeah. Got there, I'm like, okay, hurricane's coming, I'll get myself a hotel, so, you know, I'll be... Can't and stuff like that, just like freaking barely even got any rain. It's kind of variable weather for the next week, so it's kind of just miserable because you went there for the sun and the waves and the water and swimming, and it was just kind of crappy.
Yeah, not what you expected. Were you on the Big Island?
I was on. I'd like to go back at some point, explore more. I'd like to explore it some more.
I highly recommend Lahaina and Maui.
Yeah.
Yeah, we really enjoyed it there. Like a real kind of surfer vibe type of town.
That developed?
Not very populated, not very developed.
Okay.
It's a big hunting destination. Like,
Okay.
They have lots of like axis deer that are
Yeah.
really fast.
Yeah.
Joe Rogan talks about hunting them there, hunting axis deer. I watch his podcast a fair amount.
Joe Rogan. Yeah, I've never gotten into podcasts. I used to listen to audiobooks when I used to drive because it just made the drive a whole lot more like I didn't care how long it took, like when I was commuting to college and stuff like that, because I was like listening to a good story. So I'm like, yeah, that's fine. I think I'd like audiobooks as well. I've just never gotten into them. Like so, you go Joe Rogan. Is it called like Joe Rogan Experience or something like that?
Yeah. I really like podcasts, and a lot of the time, like I'll listen to comedians' podcasts, like Joe Rogan and some of his friends, like Bill Burr, Tom Segura, Joey Diaz. It's helps pass the time, get a few laughs in.
Yeah. Audible?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's been in the back of my head for a long time. I just have yet to cross that bridge. I really need to.
I quite liked it because I don't know. I never found the time to read. I could have made the time. I just didn't. But like that time you're driving in your car where you just either be listening to music, like because I'd never.
Should get into that. Students for computer engineering over at Montana State University in Bozeman.
Yeah.
And he was telling me about all the audiobooks he listens to that like talk about like artificial intelligence and the future of technology. And I was like, man, I really need to get into something like that because it's something that I'd like to learn about. But just attempts that I've had trying to like search for internet articles on it, like haven't necessarily been that fruitful for me. And I'm not the fastest reader either, so it's another way that audiobooks would probably really benefit me.
Yeah. Speaking of like artificial intelligence and stuff, I got picked up. I think it's in Ontario or right between Quebec and Ontario. By this guy, and he had very interesting job. I don't even know how I'd explain it, but essentially he worked with artificial intelligence stuff for the government. I don't know. It was confusing, but he was just an interesting person. Like he went to school for mathematics, so pure math, and had an interesting career based around that in the AI world, beyond my knowledge. And he talked to me, and like it's going so far over my head kind of thing.
Yeah.
Because I don't know.
Yeah, I know the feeling because like the gentleman that was kind of telling me about that stuff that was from Bozeman was telling me like kind of like the difference between like deep learning and I can't remember the name for the other version, but like basically like deep learning is you have like I don't know like 50 or so like different algorithms like working with each other, and versus like the other version is like just a couple of algorithms that like kind of like work with each other.
Okay.
And it was really complex, and I was like, man, I
so far
my
beyond.
math stopped about an algebra 3 trig, and that's definitely ways beyond my mathematical skills. But I should try and delve into it a little more, even if I'm not like doing it myself. That stuff's fascinating.
It is fascinating stuff.
I really should try and take some computer courses like C++, Java, because like when I was talking to the guy, I was like trying to pick his brain about like how technology is going to have an impact on my industry. So like person that's like managing multiple pieces of equipment.
Okay.
And like say they break down or like they're not performing right, like you might have to go like work on the software on a piece of equipment.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of been in the back of my mind for quite a while.
Okay. So you kind of give them all parameters, what you're trying to accomplish with moving material.
Yeah.
And they'd all kind of work together towards that goal.
Yeah, and software and like computers is something I really don't have a whole lot of knowledge with. So
Yeah, me too. Like
behind the curve.
like with this stuff, it's like a pretty modern thing I'm running, and I'm using like it's pretty high tech kind of thing, like live streaming stuff. It's a pretty modern thing going on, and I have no idea what I'm doing essentially. The only reason my stream really exists is people have helped me along the way. When I started, I had a very basic setup. I did have like this basic like tripod. Didn't know what I'm doing, and a lot of people helped me along the way to get to where I am. As far as just making a stream that kind of works, 'cause I'm just competent with
Tech savvy.
with any of this.
Yeah, it's interesting how technology is interfacing with humanity. Change that's about to happen with like the education of young people is how they're gonna have to teach like young kids to like learn with this technology in their hands versus like how learning used to happen. It's like so different.
It's now.
I don't right now, but me and my girlfriend are hoping to someday.
Yeah.
Once I get a couple more years under my belt with the construction that I'm doing now, like we're hoping to cross that bridge someday.
Do you have like you're like one kid, two kid?
I'm thinking about like two, and so my late father was adopted when he was really young, and that's something that's kind of interested me ever since I have made this relationship with my significant other, and we've decided that down the road we want to have some kids and a family. Like I really would like to adopt. I feel like it's kind of paid forward from the life that was like, I'd like to do that for some youngster.
Yeah. It's interesting. I like that. I like one guy, one girl. Whenever like there's like a couple guys in that truck and they've got dirt bikes or ATVs in the back and they pull over for me, it's always like they're the type of people that would like to mess with you when you're hitchhiking. So it's like the only demographic of people that have like ever pulled over for me. And then I like run up to the car, and as I get close, they kind of just burn off and drive away because they find it fun. I'm like, whenever there's boys in their trucks, I'm like, I don't trust you.
Yeah.
You're gonna try and mess with me, aren't you? made me run there because I don't like to keep people waiting. Then you run, then you drive away. Rude. Really doesn't matter, but. Well, the only place that's ever happened is actually my. It'd be like having. Or if the most.
Rainforests area, like in all of North America.
Yeah.
So it'd be cool to like experience like, you know, what the trees are like and like the vegetation.
There's some beautiful forests there. But yeah, it is a temperate rainforest. So it gets enough rain that it's classified as a rainforest, but the weather, temperate, not tropical. Yeah, there's a couple main ferry. Even though it's just like, because there's those main routes from like Vancouver to Vancouver Island, and then there's a ton of these small coastal islands all over the place. So there's all these ferry lines to all these different small islands to service all the communities. So there's ferries all over the place. And everyone that's from there hates BC ferries because you kind of have to use them if you're going to drive off the island.
It's kind of like the subway system in New York City.
Yeah, so if you want to drive just the regular car on, the car is going to cost, what is it, like $70, $80?
Just one way.
One way. And then each passenger's just under $17 on top of that.
Yeah, that is a good spending.
Yeah.
Subways over in New York City. I've never tried
so awesome. Quite often. One second.
Orca around.
Yeah, you'll get orcas. People come out there. There's like nature sightseeing, lots of whale watching.
Yeah, my girlfriend really wants to do some whale watching because we were out in Maui. We didn't go on any of the whale watching tours, but like when we did this one hike from where we were at, we could actually see some of the whales like reaching a little bit and like slapping the water with their fins and stuff. And she was in love with that, so cool to check out someday. Halfway tempted to maybe take a cruise from like either BC or Seattle up to Alaska.
I've heard that's awesome. I've never done that either. I think I'd like. To the mountain itself, but we went through the national park.
Spend time hitchhiking. Never lived in Colorado, but I love visiting there.
Yeah.
And I have lived in Oregon, and I really love the people out there. It's really fun.
Excited to get into Washington, Oregon, Northern California, on my way down to San Jose. It'll be nice.
Are you headed out of San Jose International once you get there?
I'm not sure. Like, I've got my convention October 26th through 28th, and then I do want to take the stream to either Europe or Asia, but I'm not sure if I'd head out of San Jose or San Francisco International, or if I'd go back home, resupply, or if I'd be flying out of some other airport based upon either me finding a cheap flight or using my airline miles to go somewhere. So I haven't decided. Because now with the stream, I've taken them through all 50 states, all 10 Canadian provinces. So now I want to leave North America and see other places. I probably should go back home and do like a resupply kind of thing, because I'll need a few different things, equipment for the camera, and then I'll have to figure out my my network connection for all these different places.
Are you familiar with Henry Rollins at all?
I have not.
He's used to be a musician. Was like a lead singer for this old punk band called it's Black Flag.
Okay.
And
sounds familiar.
And nowadays he like travels and writes, and he does a little bit of like radio DJing, I think. But he was on Joe Rogan's podcast, and that was a really good podcast. And he's been on a few other comedians' podcasts too. But like, I think you might enjoy like listening to some of those, because like he'll just pick a spot on the map and just go there and like just experience it and
I like that.
write about it.
Yeah.
Really cool cat.
Because on my trips, quite often I'll just kind of be like, I want to get here, and then the whole purpose of the trip is to get there and the experience of getting there. And like when you get there, like if there's stuff to do, kind of explore that and go around there. But I kind of just arbitrarily set a random goal. Like I'm going to hitchhike here. I want to somehow get from here to here. I want to, and then you just make it happen. Yeah, see how the experience goes. See if you can do it. Test yourself a little bit. A lot of times my travel decisions are on things that I think would be difficult, either mentally or physically or both, and then see if just persevere through it. Like the two winters ago, I decided I was going to hitchhike up to the Canadian Arctic in winter to see if I could get up as far north as I could in mainland Canada. The goal was to go up to Tuktoyaktuk, Northwest Territories. And like, with that, you do some ice road hitchhiking and stuff like that, because it was still winter. And I made it up to Inuvik, and then the ice road up to Tuktoyaktuk was closed due to blizzards and overflows, which is when the ice breaks a bit and water comes up and freezes on top. It creates like moguls on the ice. They can't really fix that too easily, so they kind of just plow a new road. And anyways, it was closed for like the week I was there, so I did some small communities like a Klavik and stuff like that on ice roads. But it was cool. You're like driving through like a river valley on what would be a river, but you're just like in a small car, and you're just like going 100 kilometers an hour down an ice road, weaving through a river valley.
Wow.
Like they plow it and then they grade it. So like on ski runs, how they like have those like lines in the snow.
Yeah.
They like do the same thing on the ice.
That's good. Crazy.
I guess that gives you a bit more lateral traction.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was a very cool trip. But like exposing yourself to some interesting weather.
That's good.
An interesting climate, yeah. So that was the first trip I went on that I had a Spot Gen 3 like satellite transponder thing. So if I get to, well, I had it set to track, so every 15 minutes it would ping my location off satellite and go to my social page, so people could track along how my progress was going to get up to Inuvik and Tuktoyaktuk if the road was open. But also if things got bad, I could send an SOS, which would ping off satellite, and then they'd contact search and rescue and give my location, my type of trip. And,
So you have one of those beacons.
essentially, yeah.
Nice. Yeah, I've heard about those.
Yeah. Which I think going through places like that is important. I also brought it with me to Australia. As going through the outback, there's no signal at all. And like, I don't know, say you get bit by something and you get caught out there, like, you need to be able to contact.
Yeah. Yeah, they got some pretty scary wildlife down there.
That was one of the only places where I'm like hitchhiking through there, and I usually have so I have a little one-man tent, and there's not really enough room in there for me and my bag and everything like that, because it's just like enough for me to put lay my sleeping pad down and lay down myself. There's not room for the backpack. So it goes out in the vestibule between the tent body and the tent fly, a little waterproof thing on top. But in Australia, I'm like, I'm gonna put my boots and bag inside, because I don't want anything crawling inside there at night that I don't know how to deal with.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'd be afraid of, because they got some really wild, like, spiders and just,
Yeah, I saw some scary spiders going north up the east coast. I was like walking along like kind of like this, but on the other side of that metal railing, and like that metal railing on there, on the inside, or I guess on the outside from our perspective, there's these big ass spiders hanging out there with these really thick webs, and I'm like, okay, I'll just give them their space. But as I started walking along there was like kind of a ditch and then a tree line, and these webs were like going out into the tree line, and I'm like, I don't want this. So I walked in traffic instead. So I was walking on the other side to stay as far away from highway traffic as possible, but I'm like, I'll risk the traffic to save myself from the spiders.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I've heard of the ones you're describing, and they're like really big, like pretty deadly, and definitely not afraid of humans. I don't know the name of them.
I don't remember.
It's really scary.
Yeah.
I've seen some pretty crazy ones, like in my travels, like getting stationed down in like Georgia for the army, like going to Iraq with the army, like scorpions, camel spiders, crazy stuff like that. Even those seem kind of tame as some of the ones I got down in Australia.
Yeah. But outside of that one time with the spider incident, I didn't see too much. Like the only snake I saw was dead on the road. What else? Saw lots of kangaroos and wallabies. Half of them being dead on the road from roadkill. What do they call it? Like in Canada and a lot of places, they'll have like moose rails, like on the big trucks. They'll have these big metal bars, so if they hit a deer or a moose, it kind of just they bounce off of that, and it doesn't wreck the truck. Cause a lot of mass to a moose. But there they had was it roo guards? I forget what they called them. But they had again bars in front of the truck, not as thick as the moose ones. Like kangaroos, a bit different. But then also these lines across the windshield, because I guess they can jump, right? So if it's jumping across the road and it gets up high enough, it'll just go right through the windshield. So they have these things protecting the windshields.
It's pretty wild.
Because they come out at night especially, and the trucks drive through the night. Most passenger cars I saw, they stay somewhere for the night. But the trucks will drive through the night, and I guess, that's it.
Never really thought about that, but it sounds pretty prudent.
Yeah. But wallabies were really cute. They're like mini kangaroos. They're pretty chill. I like them.
Choose a place.
And it's something But before that, I ran 8 days
Wow.
without a shower. Because I've been trying to do this trip pretty like authentic and not paying for accommodation at all, which has been the most difficult part. Has been managing my batteries because like my biggest batteries take a while to recharge. So traditionally, like I'd go 3 days and I'd need a full overnight recharge. But now every morning and every night, I'm giving it like a couple hours here and there just to recharge.
Do you have like those solar recharging stations?
So I had a so it really struggled to go from the sun where it was charging to the shade where it obviously stops charging back to the sun. It wouldn't stop. How well did you eat when you were like?
Boys, so like we take our MRIs with us, but for the most part, like we got to eat quite a bit of prepared food.
Okay.
I did do some like training exercises where we had to exist quite a bit on MREs. After a while, that gets old.
You get a little tired of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard they're like okay, and then like, but now it becomes this regular thing, and it's just
Yeah. Well, nowadays they make some pretty decent ones as far as being palatable. But
yeah.
I guess the tough part about eating those meal after meal is the amount of preservatives that they put in it. Like, really messes with the body's ability to digest.
Yeah.
So,
I think-
fresh fruit end up getting like constipated. Stuff
Yeah.
like that. Semi-constipated.
I think that'd be fun to incorporate into the hitchhiking thing, like MRE reviews before I go to bed.
Yeah.
Yeah, with this stream, show off what people in the military eat while they're on.
There's a few that are pretty tasty.
Yeah.
Hey, babe. Yeah, usually through
Such, yeah. It's always funny people's reaction when they're like, "Yeah, I got a hitch with me. Say hi." I'm like,
she's not used to like new things very much.
so say you were riding with her and the back was completely empty, like you had space.
Could be a
Guy like used to hitchhike, so he like picks almost everyone up, and he's with his girlfriend, and the girlfriend's so against that.
Yeah.
And then like having a conversation. Hitchhiker and their boyfriend is just not having any of that, and I'm like, again, I'm really sorry I introduced this little corkscrew into your little wrench into your relationship for hopefully a temporary amount of time. We have that reputation, that negative reputation, so people bring it up and they're like, well, that's stupid, why would you pick that person? I swear I'm an okay guy.
well, like,
I'm nice enough.
I've been there, you know, in times of need, so I mean, I kind of understand, and like a lot of times, there'll be times when I'm passing somebody, like I was saying earlier, and like I'm like, that guy looks like a decent fellow. I mean, he doesn't have too much stuff with him. Man, I wish I could pick him up. Circumstance. It was pretty cool. I decided to pick you up because it's been a pretty interesting little interaction.
It's been interesting for me. I don't know, you've some cool.
Led a fairly interesting.
I think you have. and I think really when you get down to it, most people have. Depends on your standard of interesting, but like everyone lives a different life, and to me it's interesting just to see how they live it, see how they experience this world that we all share. So. My whole day is just in and out of cars, meeting new people. My contact info and stuff like that, quite often to give mine, but still, it's like just like for the most part. Being friends with a lot of these people. A lot of people that pick me up still. To make you say just isn't fair to anyone. I'm home, and this stuff pushes you to just keep going, because if you take a lot of time off, people keep a day off a week max kind of thing. But like I haven't taken a day off in over a month, constantly and streaming. It pushes Hitchhiking Live as it happens. This is your one source. With what I'm doing now is I'm reliant on the cellular network. And the more beautiful place, natural beauty.
I can't remember hardly any cell service at all. Yellowstone, it's been a really long time since I've been to.
Yeah.
Since I was a little kid, so I have no idea what they got, but I would imagine probably a pretty low amount of cell service down there.
For sure.
Destination that you were planning on heading to in Missoula?
Missoula, so we've got a little bit of daylight left. I'm not sure I'll be trying to catch another ride. Let me look at a map real quick. Missoula. I'll probably stay close to the 90, I think. So there's other one like kind of right in town, but that would be difficult. There's also one Westview Park. That's more in the north part of town. I don't want you to go way out of your way, so it's kind of like.
That's fine. I can take you wherever you need to go, and if you want some recommendations, places to go, you can also help with that.
Sun's gonna set in probably an hour. Guessing around that northern or that western on-ramp is probably not too developed around there. I'm guessing there's some camping, because I'll sleep in a tent tonight probably if I don't get a ride out tonight.
As far as I know,
Like I free camp, so it's just like find some woods and I hop in there.
Actually,
No,
the Rattlesnake Valley, which is like as you're just coming into town, it's just to the right, like the northern part. It's like this little valley that's like kind of just outside of town, but still pretty much considered Missoula. Then there's
what about
maybe I think that.
that's by the 90 junction-ish.
Yeah.
Just like there's mountainous terrain around there.
Oh, yeah.
Because I'll be stopping in town, like I'll start wanting to grab a bite to eat. And then I'll be being disturbed. But it's just far enough to where like, it could be a bit of a gamble. It's like if you were to try and walk from Coeur d'Alene past the post, it's a lot of walking. do get used to walking ice. I'm guessing you experienced that when you used to do a lot of walking. They make you walk in the army.
Yeah. As you got comfortable footwear, it's decent. Like, comfortable clothing, it's not too bad, especially, and like as long as it's adequate for the elements.
Yeah, that you're currently experiencing for sure. What type of weights would you have to carry when you're doing that?
There were times that like we'd probably usually have at least 45 pounds worth of gear in our pack, but sometimes we'd get like up towards 70.
Yeah. You ever had to do like the 100+ pound rucks and?
I don't think I ever got that crazy.
Okay.
I know there's definitely like soldiers that have experienced that, but that's a lot of weight.
Oh yeah, that's huge. Like, I'm not a pretty big person. That's the majority of my weight. If you're talking 100+ pounds.
Should probably take this exit and go to the front road.
Okay.
We're pretty close to the gas station.
So why the front end road?
Just in the event that I do run out of gas, it'd be probably a lot easier to get to the gas station. Like
Down
from
here.
having to park on the side of this frontage road as opposed to the interstate.
Okay, I see.
Just a precautionary measure.
We're just.
I have taken it pretty low before.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure we'll be fine, but just in case. And there's a lot of traffic on this road for people going out to their homes. So
Yeah.
in the event that it needed to happen, it would probably be somebody that's pretty cool. It's like, I can take you over to the gas station.
Could both hitchhike?
What's that?
Could both hitchhike?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Has that ever happened?
In Russia, these two guys picked me up and the car broke down. And it wasn't really like hitchhiking. We flagged down a car to like drag us into the next town.
Oh, okay.
So, but it's kind of hitchhiking. I don't know. All depends on your definition.
Yeah.
It's a pretty nice frontage road. It's got a sidewalk the whole way too.
Yeah,
It's pretty premium.
doing a decent job of the communities outside. They're starting to build paved trails out to them from town.
Like, I'm just really surprised there's a sidewalk or bike path or whatever you want to call that.
Yeah.
This whole way out here.
And that's
Even
one of the nice
separated from the road. Wow.
things, living in the community.
That's some premium. Because if there's something thing I can say about Midwest like infrastructure, it's not designed for pedestrians and bicyclists.
Oh yeah.
So this is some premium infrastructure.
Yeah, it's a pretty environmentally conscious town. It's probably the most liberal town in the entire state, and there's a really huge push to try and make it like bicycle friendly, pedestrian friendly. Sawmill here for lumber.
Yeah.
But, I think they might still operate a little bit, but for the most part, sweet amphitheater over here on the far side of it for like music festivals and stuff. Yeah.
Inside or outside amphitheater?
Outside.
Oh, yeah.
The brewery, one of the local breweries bought some space inside this lumberyard and they produce some of their canning operations there.
Here for you guys.
Yep, we made it.
Hey, at this point, we would still coast in.
Yep. Just in time.
That's a big gas station.
Yeah, it's a truck stop.
Yeah, Friday. So everyone's out going somewhere.
Probably a fair amount of people headed out to the West Coast. Or somewheres in Washington or Idaho.
Yeah.
Oh, good deal.
A pouch. Nicotine in a pouch. I saw that a lot in Europe. Ding, ding.
Sure, that's gotta get annoying.
Ding, 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 ding. Alright, so we're just outside Missoula. St. John's to Missoula, 6,300 kilometers, 3,950 miles in 12 days. That ain't bad, is it? That ain't bad. It's the longest you had to run? What do you mean run? You got the keys, drive off? We barely made it here on the gas we had. Gas light was on and everything. What's nicotine in a pouch? It's like, instead of like chew, it's in a pouch. It's like neat and tidy. It's like chewing tobacco, but different. Yeah. I tried it at Oktoberfest. Also, they do snuff. You sniff tobacco products. Snooze? Is that what you call it? Snooze? Is it snooze? What's this one? Where you like snort the tobacco products. I know you're gonna say cocaine. It's not cocaine. It's the tobacco. They run every day. What's the longest run they did with the drill sergeant? I could ask him. Ask. Snuff? Oh, snooze and snuff. Okay. Schnupp tabak. Yes. No, not meth. Snooze and snuff. Snooze and snuff. Oh, it actually is? Snuff. That sounds familiar to me. How you feeling right now? A little tired. I'll probably end in Missoula. I got a little bit of daylight left, but we're in like a valley, so the sun's gonna be setting by the time we kind of get dropped off. Also, did I see I crit my pants? It's your birthday? Or it was yesterday? I think I saw that. Happy birthday to you. I have a hit cigarette to snort. Yeah, that's what they do. They just like take a cigarette. They like roll out a little bit of tobacco and then to the dome. Where do you sleep every night? My tent. My tent in the woods, if there is woods. I found some woods in Laurel, Montana. There's not much woods there. Sniff? You feel so honored? No, snuff.
It's a pretty serious motorcycle setup that fella has.
Oh, let me see. Oh yeah.
Ready for some traveling.
For sure, with the trailer and everything. Huh, I've never seen a motorcycle hauling so much.
Yeah. They're really packed.
Ah. Looks like another transient person. Are you a hitchhiker as well? He's probably got more miles on him than I do. I've done a lot in 4 years, but I've met people that have done it like their whole life.
Really?
Like I've done a lot in 4 years, but like they've done a decent amount for like 40 years straight.
Damn.
So like we're probably talking like close to 1 million miles by that point.
Wow. I can't remember which podcast it was, but I want to say like they were talking about somebody that's like written a book on just doing nothing but hitchhiking for like a long time.
You can sustain it, like it's a low cost way of living.
Yeah.
So it also depends how you want to do it. Like traveling and working, you can sustain yourself on not very much money.
Yeah.
Like I live on my longest trip, including flights and stuff, we were looking at like ended up being like $11 US a day.
Wow.
Including flights, including going to Oktoberfest, including my Russian visa, which was too much money. Like 200 euros for a 30-day tourist visa. It's outrageous.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive for like, you know, like a person being frugal and like limiting themselves to like a pretty low amount of money. Like I don't know how, like for like at least for me, like it's awesome.
like it's Alberta, we're from BC, we're like, man, Alberta, oil.
Mullets. I've never been around. Mullet hairdos. My day.
Yeah. Were you a hockey player as well?
No.
You just had a few. Oh yeah. And handlebars?
Steps in the side and handlebars connected to the mutton chops.
Yeah. That's pretty. I like that. What made you get rid of it? Come on, man.
My girlfriend.
She made you get rid of?
Oh yeah. Like
Oh,
I went to
no.
a different town to cut part.
Yeah. And then maybe at some
Fest.
Oh, nice.
Big party. Yeah. Wanted to go to it one of these days, but my girlfriend's told me no more mullets ever again, and I'm like,
Maybe like, well, you can find another guy that doesn't have a mullet.
yeah, right.
My mullet is a part of me.
Yeah, it's just something I kind of like to like. In the past, there's been a few different times I'll grow out my hair and then cut it, and then like chop the mullet up into like different variations over the course of a week. Have fun.
Yeah, whenever I think mullets, I think hockey. It's just
Bunch of hockey culture there, and they'll have like state championship tournaments, and then like the hockey guys will bring out their gnarly hairdos.
yeah. Everyone makes fun of my hair on my chat because I sleep in a tent, so I come out and my hair is just all wild because it's getting too long. Actually, the last time I got a haircut was when I was last in Minnesota, Minneapolis. I was passing through there and I like just walked into a place. I'm like, I need a haircut. Cut my hair on stream.
The internet can be ruthless.
Yeah, they make fun of my hair all the time. It's rude. Just accept me as I am, stream. My hair is beautiful. Just drink it in. You might have inspired me. Maybe I'll go mullet next
Yeah.
time. Yeah.
I've been really getting into like designs in the sides and the back
Yeah.
this year. I don't have any tattoos, so like this year it's kind of been like how I've expressed myself.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes I'm like not around a barber who like has that kind of skill, so I just kind of do it with my haircut.
Yeah.
Down in Phoenix, I had a guy that could really artistic, did a really good job, and like I got a buddy over in Great Falls that does a pretty good lineup on the sides of the hair. So
Okay.
I don't have any in it right now because I was like working at the refinery and like I knew that like my employer probably wouldn't find that as kosher as I do. So
Aw, there's a paraglider. Or parasail? Sail? Glide?
I can't see.
Okay.
Oh, right
Yeah.
on. Oh, yeah.
I don't think I'll be able to show you guys. No, I won't be able to. Also low resolution. Guess they're getting a nice updraft up that slope to keep them floating.
Yeah.
Always wanted to try that. So this is Missoula now?
This is the
Like the outskirts?
beautiful
First-
and lovely Missoula town.
Wow. We made it.
I don't know if you're interested, I'll buy you dinner.
If you want to grab dinner, we can grab dinner. Like,
There's a
what do you feel like eating?
There's a bar here that's kind of, I think it's sort of Irish themed, but it's kind of like a sports bar, pub type place. Pretty
Okay.
nice vibe if you're interested. They got some pretty good food.
Okay. You think that'd be chill with the camera?
That I don't know.
Yeah. We could try. But some places are interesting with the camera. Depends. Connection. So
Much of a chance to ride. So, gonna do some of that this weekend. Maybe do some golfing.
Dolphin?
Yeah, disc golf.
Oh. I've never played disc golf. You like it?
Yeah, it's fun. As if it's a decent course. There are some courses that are kind of blah.
Okay.
Not really that fun. But Missoula's, we're pretty lucky here. We have a couple of courses up in the mountains over here and over here that are really nice.
Mm.
We have a really beautiful university over here.
Oh, you do?
Yeah. I'm an alumni, but I went to like the technical campus that's like way on the other side of town. So my college experience was a little different.
Okay. Is the radio, or do you have this music on?
Yeah, it's just National Public Radio.
Oh, okay. Surprised.
Montana doesn't necessarily have the greatest selection for radio stations.
I just haven't heard music like this on like just public radio for. Gosh, I don't know when the last time I heard music like this on public radio. I do like the vibe something like classical music kind of gives off, you know? Get in a car and they're playing like, one guy a few days ago was just playing like some classical piano music. I'm like, damn, it's relaxing.
Yeah.
Relaxing.
It's not bad here and there. I don't mind it switching up a little bit. It's something I did when I was younger because I was in band.
Yeah. It's Friday.
The downtown area is really nice, like on the weekends and stuff when the weather's nice. It's lots of bars and pretty lively.
Yeah.
A lot of fun people to interact with here.
It's looking pretty hip.
I really like the culture here. Very accepting.
This looks nice. So you think of like kind of hip little cities, I don't think of Montana. But now I've been here, like people like Bozeman's got like pretty cool thing going on, and then Missoula as well.
Bozeman and Missoula are the two big college towns.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a lot of fun. And there are a few other little towns here that have some similar type vibes, although they're not quite as college towny.
Yeah. Bus loop. It wasn't even a weekend night. Just at night. I was in Bozeman. Half-hour parking?
I think.
Saturday, Sunday.
Pretty sure.
Alright. guess I'll bring my bag with me in case I can give her a little charge over dinner. Just with my charging stuff and batteries. Two seconds.
Actually, how do you feel about pizza?
I love pizza.
Because I think there's a place that would be really chill vibe. It's like after the camp.
Alright.
I was thinking about this bar right here, but if we could sit outside, probably be pretty laid back, but
Yeah.
this pizza place that serves by the slice.
Okay.
And they got charging.
Okay.
Because that's probably USB.
Well, I have like a wall plug and it splits into 6 USBs and then I can charge from that.
Yeah, I think that place would probably be a good choice.
Okay. It's been a little bit since I had pizza. Freaking love pizza. I don't know how you can't like pizza.
Yeah. This place is pretty good. It's open until 3 a.m. It's a good late night spot, especially after the bars close. It gets packed late at night after the bars close.
Yeah. This just looks like a nice place to walk around even. Might have to check out this town a little bit. That's what we think. It's Friday. At Saturday through next Friday to get to San Jose. I think I'm doing pretty good time.
Yeah?
I think I can do that pretty easy.
Yeah?
What do you think?
This way.
As far as hitchhikeability?
I think you should make it there alright.
Oh, it's one of the late ones.
Do you have kind of an idea of the route you're going to take? Like go down towards Portland and then wrap down? Or are you trying to go to Seattle? And then...
Yeah, I have no like specific interest in Seattle. And I think the 90 kind of like goes back up northwest towards Seattle, so it's kind of a big detour. So probably a state highway. I'm not sure how the signal would be going down through there. But I think logistically and time-wise and everything, it'd make a lot more sense to go southwest rather than northwest.
Yeah, my guess would be like go to Spokane and then go down towards Tri-Cities, Washington, and then down to Oregon and over to Portland.
Yeah. Oh yeah, always a topic of, you know, argument on my stream. Do you like pineapple on pizza?
I generally don't have it very often. Like I'm big on pepperoni and sausage.
Pepperoni and sausage?
Yeah.
That sounds like a good. I'm down with the pepperoni and sausage.
This place does a lot of different like variants. They'll come up with some pretty creative pies.
Yeah. Front view.
I know.
So that's always people fight about that. Someone will bring up in chat like pineapple on pizza, and everyone will start fighting. It's good times.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily opposed to it. I was a pretty picky eater when I was young, but once I got into the military, that went away pretty quickly because
you what like you can get. Yeah.
If you don't like what they're serving, you're not eating.
It's not like. Can you be like, I'm vegetarian in the military? Or like, no.
As far as I know.
Okay. No, you eat.
Yeah.
You what we give you. Part of me is just like, I'm just gonna walk up one of those mountains and put my tent right at the top.
Yeah.
That's gonna be where I'm staying.
This place right here.
Hi, alright.
I like the potato bacon on Alfredo. Pepperoni's always good.
Yeah.
Might try a Hungry Ghost.
Okay. What's your name again?
Clark.
Clark. How many? 2, 3?
What's that?
How many slices?
Have as many as you want. I'll probably have 3.
3? I think that's fine.
Have fun, guys. How's it going, man?
Pretty good yourself?
Can I get you?
Can I get a pepperoni, the basil, a roasted pepper, and a potato bacon?
The potato bacon's in the oven right now,
Okay.
so it'll be like... It'll be like 5 more minutes.
That's okay. I'll still get the 3.
And you said a pepperoni as well?
Yeah.
Drink for you?
I'm okay.
And are you guys together?
Yeah.
And for you?
Can I have a pepperoni? Is this the Hungry Ghost?
No, which one's right?
Is this one the Hungry Ghost?
No, that would be this guy right here on barbecue sauce. This will be the... I don't know what taste it is. So this one's got Alfredo sauce and it's chicken.
Potato bacon.
Drinks for you guys?
Just one.
Are you filming something?
Yeah, I make a documentary on hitchhiking. He picked me up hitchhiking in Bozeman. We're just outside Bozeman, so.
Yeah.
Now he's taking me out for dinner.
Nice. Hell yeah. I mean, you're getting some
Yeah.
showing them around Missoula.
Nice. Yeah, I was gonna say, where are you from?
I'm from like near Vancouver, Canada.
Canada?
West Coast, yeah.
Nice. Welcome to Montana, I guess. Well, you've been in Montana for
Yeah, a couple days now.
a couple days. Yeah. Awesome. And I don't know if you guys know when the potato bacon is ready.
Beauty. Thank you.
Yeah, enjoy, guys. 3 more minutes.
That's some interesting end to that music. It's very high pitch. How do I want to do this? I guess just set you here. We have some pizza. Hello, everyone. You got the battery. 100. What am I doing? This way. This way. This way. What's that? Alright. Pizza. Wait, what about this? Never mind. One more battery. Well, thank you very much for that. I really appreciate that. This looks good. This is up. Oh god. Basil and red pepper.
Yeah, there might be some good stuff with Dragon in the final. And who's there at that time?
What type of bike do you have?
I've got a couple. Taking a motorcycle or bicycle?
I guess both. Because I bicycled for a while back.
Bicycle, I have a Trek, like hardtail mountain bike with a suspension fork. I kind of use that as a commuter. And then my downhill bike's a Scott Voltage.
Yeah. Scott Voltage.
And then my motorcycles are, I've got a 2005 Honda Fireblade, 2007 Triumph Speed Triple, and a 2010 Yamaha R1.
Okay, yeah, you got a few.
Yeah, I got a stable.
You like your bikes? Are you also mechanically inclined? Do you work on them?
A little bit. I was a helicopter mechanic for a little while in the military.
How are you? Sounds interesting. Someone said nice bikes, I approve. Chat approves. I already got a lottery ticket for tonight. Did you get a lottery ticket for tonight? Everyone's talking about 989. I don't get lottery tickets, but someone donated me money and they're like, get a lottery ticket, so I got a lottery ticket.
Right on.
I guess I'll tell you guys tonight if I am now a billionaire hitchhiker.
This is the Honda Fireblade and the Triumph Speed Triple.
That's pretty nice. got, I'll let you know. It'll probably be online for the draw tonight. Maybe not, I don't know.
It's a Yamaha.
It's pretty nice. You've been riding your bikes your whole life?
I got a driver's license when I was 15 and a motorcycle shortly after, much to my mother's displeasure.
Oh yeah.
So what are you guys filming?
I make a documentary on hitchhiking.
For hitchhiking?
Yeah, and he picked me up in near Bozeman. So he decided to take me out for dinner.
Oh wow,
So I'm
that's
from
awesome.
Canada, making my way to San Jose for a convention related to the video I made.
Oh wow, you should talk to these guys. So we're from Savannah College of Art and Design.
Yeah.
We're the cycling team.
Yeah.
And so they're both photography and what is your major?
The same like wide angle.
Yeah. And,
Okay.
Film major.
A film major, okay.
yeah. Small world, huh?
Yeah. So
That's
now
pretty
I've been doing this
awesome.
for 6 months. Hitchhike. I went through all 50 states, all 10 Canadian provinces, all hitchhiking, and just showing the process live as it happens. So it's a live thing over the like
Have
cell
you had
mobile
any
network.
sketchy things happen?
There was a shooting incident in Arkansas. They didn't know they were shooting at me,
Oh.
but they were shooting at a sign, and I was staying at my tent behind the sign.
You were standing right behind the sign?
Setting at my tent to sleep because I sleep in a tent, and they didn't know what was behind what they were shooting at, and I was right behind that.
Oh wow.
So made the call that he didn't know I was there, and like turned on the light and like stop,
Yeah.
and he stopped.
Yeah.
So that was good. I didn't get shot,
Oh, that's awesome.
but that wasn't on purpose, you know.
Yeah.
I haven't had anyone that's picking up hitchhiking where I'm like, they're out to get me.
Yeah.
They mean me harm.
Yeah.
My scariest thing for hitchhiking on a regular basis is people's driving. Some people suck at driving.
Yeah. That's pretty scary. That's pretty scary.
Like if
So
that
you
ain't-
just pitch a tent every night?
Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
That's my home. That's probably why I look messy. It's a tent every night, and then I try to get as much charge as I can because I have lots of things
Cool.
that have to be powered. But
Cool. Well, how about if I treat you to a hotel room tonight? Do you have a place to stay tonight?
my tent.
Huh?
My tent.
Okay, well, let me see what I can figure out on here and I'll book a room for
You
you.
don't have to
okay?
do that. Like I'm
No,
okay in a
seriously.
tent.
No, it's, you know what? You gotta get a night's sleep. Like, is that messing up with your karma to do that?
I don't think so, but like that's a lot of money. Like I'm okay sleeping
No,
outside.
it's alright. I'll get it. Let me just see what I can find, okay? I'm nice like that. I do this kind of stuff.
Thank you so much. Montana. I don't know. Just give me a good view of Montana.
Yeah. Some good hospitality.
Did you just get two?
Yeah.
Part of me is like, but she offered to get me a hotel room. A hotel room. That's not cheap at all. How long have you and your girlfriend lived together?
This time, 2015, so 3 years.
And how long have you been together in total?
We started dating long distance when I lived out in Buffalo, New York, and that was February of 2015.
Okay. Long distance to start with.
Yeah.
That's tough.
Yeah. I met her through massage therapy. She's a massage therapist.
Okay.
And so, and this was in Montana when we met.
a good story.
I'm gonna keep crawling around.
What?
That's great.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Thank you for picking me up. Thank you for taking me here.
Yeah, that.
Showing me around. Bringing me these places. Stories of faith and humanity. I love that.
Yeah.
Are you currently working on a project in film school?
Yeah, well, I'm a freshman at our school. Like a first-year student doesn't take like any film classes right away. They
Oh, it's like a general.
put you into drawing, and like I take an English class and a design class.
Yeah.
But I've been doing film on my own for like all of my life, basically.
Okay.
So right now, actually, I'm working on a project. It's kind of just like a self-filmed project, but it's a self-directed, self-filmed, and self-edited project. I don't know exactly what the end of it is going to be, but usually I just start videos and just they gradually come throughout time. It might take me 3, 4, 5 months, but eventually I'll have something solid.
And then historically, do you like upload them up to the internet, or are they more for yourself, or
Yeah.
to like a YouTube
Yeah, I
channel?
have a YouTube channel. I have a website, and Instagram, all that stuff. Yeah, it's super fun. I enjoy it.
With this is the first time I've ever done any kind of videography, anything.
Yeah.
Because I'd done 4 years of hitchhiking prior to this.
Yeah.
I just wanted to show people what hitchhiking's like, and I kind of dove in head first. And I'm like, okay, I'm gonna live stream hitchhiking so people can see it live as it happens. But I know nothing about video. I'm like, eh,
I don't know. Even if you
hitchhiking.
don't know anything, it's still what you're doing. It's cool. It's just something, you know?
So what type of videos did you put on YouTube?
Lots of music videos, but also lots of like action sports, like racing, skateboarding, BMX, and stuff like that. But really anything. I worked for like a company that like branded labels onto like food boxes and stuff. And then I've done like yoga videos, cooking videos, and whatnot. A lot of music videos, a lot of sports. Yeah.
Cool.
Mountain biking, road cycling, cyclocross. Really? Yeah, we're actually out here for a collegiate nationals, which is up in the mountain. We just raced today. Yeah. Did the downhill and the slalom course and all that jazz too. We did the cross country race. Check this bike out.
I like mostly downhill. I like using rather than going uphill.
I feel that. Yeah. Is that it's like, I see the dog still, right? Instagram. Oh, it's right there. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, that's sweet, right? Sweet setup. What am I doing?
It's a Scott voltage. I got Fox front rear suspension.
Did you build it up?
A little bit, yeah. On kickbike.com, I drove all the way out to Minnesota to buy it on the classifieds on Kickbike, and then brought it back and me and a friend kind of built it up over last week.
Nice. You live out here? Yep. Awesome.
It's cool. The climb in today's race was like a 30-minute climb. Straight up. And then a 5-minute downhill. It's like, wow, like, this sucks.
Yeah.
It was so hard.
Thanks, Ray.
Yeah, and you're like riding next to the lift the whole time, so you're like, why can't I just use that? You know?
So was that over at Snowball?
What was that? It wasn't far from here, yeah.
Potato and bacon with Alfredo sauce.
Like right outside there.
I would have to say that's probably it. Yeah. It's cool. I like it. It's just a tough one. It's a lot of fun. And we raced at 8 in the morning, so it's a bit cold.
Yeah.
But nothing we couldn't do.
All right, we got our pizzas now. So much stuff going on in Missoula.
Yeah. And she is like really getting at it right now. So so it's gonna put you in our hotel, but I called and they're booked. And that would have been the easiest thing. But I only have my business card and I can't use that for the school, so I have to go get my regular card from the hotel, and then we'll come back here. And I'll get something in between here. So I promise I'll be back. I'm a nice person.
Again,
Okay.
you don't have to. Like, no. I'm okay sleeping outside.
I mean, I hate for you to do that. Do you get to shower every now and then and stuff?
I haven't showered in a few days. It's been 4 days.
Let me see if I can work something out, okay? And we'll come back in a little bit. Are you not?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right. If not, I'll come back maybe a gift card instead. And then let you use it on a night that you really need it. Perfect.
Yeah.
How many people are viewing it right now?
How many people are watching right now? It doesn't actually show me. That's
you
not
live
it.
right? Is all this live?
Yeah, it's a live video feed.
Okay.
My channel's called Hitch Live, so
Hitch Live.
Live. I'll give you a card actually.
Are people talking about it?
Yeah, there's chat rolling on the left side
Or
there.
are they like saying she's not coming back? She is coming back.
I was talking about the lottery,
The lottery.
the $1 billion lottery thing tonight.
is it a
$980 million or something like that.
All right. We'll be back
All right.
in a bit. Okay. All right. We'll see you guys in a little bit.
408 people.
Huh?
408.
Wow.
Good meeting you.
You as well. Actually, I'll give you a card. You don't see my stuff as well. Want to do my stuff? You going? Sweet.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Guess we'll maybe see you again, but if not,
Maybe.
good luck with everything. Really
Yeah, I'll need
appreciate it. So good. Can I actually take a photo of you real quick?
Yep. What do you want from me?
Anything, just nothing. Just good, just like that.
You guys are in it, guys.
1 second. I'm trying to take a picture.
Wait, picture. You guys are in it.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. I really appreciate it.
Cool.
Thanks.
Great meeting you, y'all.
See you. If you win, pay her back for sure. My goal was, I set the goal for this whole thing. I'm like, I'm not gonna pay for accommodation, like for the cross Canada thing, and for the here to San Jose thing. I haven't done that. I guess I'm still not.
Yeah.
She is, but
Yeah, that was a nice lucky stroke of events.
that was a lucky string of events. It just seems to keep happening that way when you hitchhike.
Yeah.
Things just keep working out the way you hope they do.
Yeah. Met a fellow, picked him up in Oregon one time around Eugene. And he was talking to me about his hitchhiking experiences. He was like, yeah, man, I've had like old ladies pick me up and like take me to their house and let me shower and spend the night.
No, I shouldn't say fairly common, but it happens sometimes. Yeah, where people pick you up and they're just like, at the end of the day, just come to a place to stay, shower, something to eat. Try to emphasize that it's like, I don't need that. I'm not gonna like die of exposure. Like I'm prepared for the environment I put myself into.
Yeah.
Like that's what I planned for. So that was interesting. What's his YouTube? He didn't give me his YouTube. He gave me his business card. I don't know if it has his YouTube on it. Hello, YouTube?
You could probably find it though if you emailed him.
Oh yeah, I could find his YouTube. Or do some Googling. I crit my pants. Good night. Like we had places to be, like you can continue with your, I don't know if you had plans this evening.
Oh, I mean, if they were gonna get to the room, like if I could take you to the hotel, or if, you
Like
know,
I can walk or
whichever.
whatever.
Well,
Like, I don't.
Most of them are probably a little ways away here, so I'll walk you.
Because I don't know how long they're gonna be. Now you're just like tagging along for this. It's like,
I just lost my job, and I have practically nothing to do right now.
if you're down, I just don't want to be like that guy. Being like, yeah, just hold out for me for this, maybe possibly getting a hotel room.
Well, I mean, in the event that they can't come through, which I'm sure they will, you know, I could still like take you over to the mountains or some place where you feel like put down. So.
Step for a ride on your, did you say dirt bike or like motorbike on the road?
I'll probably ride a motorcycle this weekend. I don't have my mountain bike in town.
Okay.
It's over at my mom's, so. And I got to ride that over by Bozeman at one of the resorts, and that was really sweet. Recently over at Big Sky. I don't know if you've ever heard of Big Sky, but I hardly have had any chance to ride my motorcycles this year, so I definitely want to get some of it in. CDL driver. I have a commercial driver's license.
Yeah.
For heavy equipment and stuff like that. And the blood alcohol level for us is lower than everybody else. So.
Even when you're driving a non-professional vehicle?
Yep.
Interesting.
All the time, yeah. This is the mountain I was riding at. This is the biggest resort class, biggest amount of terrain resort in America. So it's over kind of by Yellowstone, south of Bozeman.
Yeah. Is that in the summer too for like?
Yeah, this is just like a right in there.
Yeah.
That's probably some more pictures.
That's pretty cool.
There's a little bit bigger. It's huge.
That is huge.
And the Yellowstone Club is right by there, which is where like, tons of rich people have like houses and stuff.
That looks like some impressive terrain for skiing and snowboarding too, though. It's vertical there.
It's pretty world class.
Yeah.
I'd say, yeah.
What's it called?
Big Sky.
Big Sky. Big Sky. Impressive terrain. A real mountain. I was in like Eastern Canada, and like, yeah, we got ski hills there. But, like, those are definitely not.
I got the same thing when I was out in New York. I was like, yeah, I mean, it's cool that you have some terrain. It's not what I'm used to.
Yeah. So, I guess we're gonna hang out here for a little bit. I might have a hotel lined up. Premium.
This is North Rim of the Grand Canyon.
Ooh. Because I went to Grand Canyon, but I just went to like this little southern bit. Because this guy was hitchhiking. He's like, I'm like, yeah, I've never been to the Grand Canyon. He's like, well, I'm not going there, but we'll zip up like, going this road near the southern part. Just zipped up like 20 minutes up and back down just because I'd never seen it when I was going through all the 50 states. Pretty spectacular. But I think the northern part's nicer from what I've heard. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little more secluded, harder to get less traffic.
Yeah. Am I gonna do laundry? If they have laundry, I'm gonna do laundry. It's been 12 days. How long will you wait? I don't know. I don't know. Can you use the smell good?
Right before that, I was inside.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Yeah. That's pretty good. But I asked Clark, I don't know if you guys heard it, but I asked Clark if I smelled, and he said, not really. No. Like, no, or...
I mean, maybe a faint whiff of body odor, but really, like, nothing really.
A faint whiff of body odor, okay? You don't have to be polite, like...
Just barely.
Just barely.
Yeah, that's my honest opinion.
Just barely... Just a whiff.
Then right after that, it's Bryce Canyon.
Oh, that's really nice.
Utah as well.
That's really nice. So I'll show you. This is what. This is what 4 hours of hitchhiking at minus 37 Celsius looks like. That's just water vapor from my breath, frozen onto the first thing it touches. It recrystallizes. He's nice because he stinks. You know what? It's only 4 days. Before that, we were at 8 days. Showed him the hitchhiking in the Arctic picture. Is it a manly smell? I expect so. Do you have a house to stay at TwitchCon? Are you winging it? I have a couple offers, but I haven't like accepted any offers because I don't know when I'm going to show up there, and I didn't want to like have someone promise me something and me just like not show up. Is where I'm going in San Jose. It's like during a convention and everything in the Bay Area is so freaking expensive.
Oh yeah.
Especially around a convention because all the hotels are booked out and stuff like that. So like, I'm like, I can't afford like $300+ a night. That's unreasonable. I can't afford that. I'm a hitchhiker. Yeah. But I've had a couple offers.
Well, yeah, like, I think you can find like some type of maybe Airbnb or like.
I think even those by now are gonna be like, just because convention, if it's near the convention, like within a reasonable distance. Like people are like, some people told me since it's way cheaper, they're getting a place in Sacramento, which is 2 hours away.
Yeah, it's way too far.
Yeah, and then commuting 2 hours each way every day.
Traffic once you get to the Bay Area.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I guess.
Well, it's Friday, Saturday, Sunday, so you shouldn't get rush hour as much, but still, 2 hour commute.
I've spent a little bit of time traveling around there because, like, I worked in Stockton.
Yeah.
And I, like, once or twice I go out to the Bay, so I go down in Florida, I think Tracy and Livermore, and then like down to like down towards traffic wasn't as bad as I tried to go to the peninsula.
Yeah.
Like Sacramento. Across the Bay Bridge.
Yeah.
Pretty congested.
Yeah, I've heard Bay Area traffic is not the best. It's not the best. Been in some bad traffic before.
Anywhere on the West Coast. Seattle.
Is it? I haven't driven in Seattle yet. Yeah. Where else? Went through Minneapolis. They had some decent traffic. Here, Washington D.C. is like one of the worst.
Oh yeah, I driven there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was stationed in Virginia and I farted around in
Yeah.
Washington D.C. a little bit. Yeah, traffic's so crazy, like it'll deadlock. People will get out of their cars and like start throwing footballs, like barbecuing.
Good times. Make the best of a bad situation.
Yeah. Boston's pretty crazy because like Missoula's really famous for having really messed up like grid for the infrastructure.
Yeah.
Because when the town started, there was 3 engineers and they all hated each other. So like one guy was like, I'm gonna build roads going like this.
Yeah.
The other guy was like, I'm gonna build roads going like that. And the other guy was like, I'm gonna build roads going like this. So like people who aren't from here get really frustrated trying to navigate the town.
Okay.
And Boston's like a gigantic version of Missoula.
Yeah, Boston did. Yeah, how everything worked didn't make too much sense. But you find that with like a lot of really old cities, they didn't have like city planners. They didn't plan it around like nice grids of a city. They're just like, I want to build something here right now, so they build something there right now, and it just kind of naturally expands out from there. Like a lot of European cities are like that. It doesn't really make sense. It just kind of.
Still going at it.
Girls dancing. I kind of want to like spin around and try to film her. But I don't want to be like that guy. Like, I don't know. She's just giving her.
She's got to be
Yeah. Dancing in front of a car, parked.
Yeah. It's too bad that bicyclist fell in there and capture something. Probably would have made a pretty good video for him.
Curious what type of videos he makes. Because all mine stuff is so simple. One of the reasons I chose live was because I didn't have to edit. You just press start stream at the beginning of the day and you click end stream at the end of the day. And then you're done. It's very simple. It's just very simple.
Video editing is kind of one of those things you sort of have to have the talent for.
Yeah, like, if you put the time and the effort into, but like, you have to have a passion for it, otherwise it's gonna suck. It takes a long time to edit videos, I guess, until you're really proficient, and then you probably have a system down and you can do stuff quickly. Like, oh, not there now. No way in hell he's still in Montana. I don't think you understand how big Montana is. I only got to Montana yesterday. How fast do you guys think I'm gonna move? You're going so slow? Yeah. Do you know how many miles across Montana is? Approximately? Like driving, not as the bird flies? Okay. It's a big freaking state. It's a wide state. Crossed from North Dakota into Montana yesterday, and now I'm at the western kind of, probably still have an hour of Montana left. And then some Idaho, and then Washington. Cheese. Did Mom deliver on her 4-star hotel? So apparently they've got like some kind of hotel for the event they're here for. What were they doing? Like bike races? They're here for bike races with a school or something? Was it with a school? Collegiate, so college bike races. So they had a hotel for the college team, I guess. And she was going to book it in that hotel with a card already on file, I think, but they were full, so they have to go somewhere else. Montana, 4th largest state. There you go. I'm moving super speedy like. Okay? Go to Glacier National Forest. I couldn't have a stream there, and I gotta get to TwitchCon. I could have taken a plane and been there by now. No way. I don't believe you. You're a liar. I got Mortal Kombat, Asteroids, and I don't know what the middle. Maximum Force for the arcade games. I just got distracted by that. You should go through Moscow, Idaho, and see grub truckers who stream. Idaho is illegal for hitchhiking. There's a reason I'm taking this route, and that's because it avoids the illegal states. Now you're like, Trevor, you're still going through Idaho. Yeah, I'm going through 60 miles of Idaho. I'm hoping to get a ride straight through that part. Can you tell the guy about your banana suit you have to wear? I haven't. Actually, I'll tell him after he gets off the phone. Nebraska is the most annoying large state. I-80 takes it. I know that intimately, snack pie. I rode with one guy right from eastern Wyoming all the way across Nebraska into Iowa, and it took all frickin' day. Can you hitchhike planes? I've hitchhiked 5 planes. 650 miles on I-90. Okay, so that's over 1,000 kilometers. It's a big state. Roughly 700. It's a wide state. It's a lot of ground. Yeah, 634. Okay.
That's not including like a little bit on each side.
Okay. Oh yeah, they wanted to so since it's the internet likes to do the like internet meme things like that. So like 3-4 days ago maybe now, some guy picked me up, and just normal guy, older guy, and we listened to like piano music in the truck. And as I got it, he's like, "Hey, do you want a banana?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure, I'll take a banana." So I took a banana, just a yellow banana. And then later that day, I got dropped off in Wausau, Wisconsin, and I was just like sitting on a curb next to a gas station, and some car pulls up. And the guy like yells out the window, he's like, "You some kind of hobo or something?" And I'm like, "I'm a hitchhiker, I don't know." And he's like, "You want a banana?" I'm like, "Okay." So I took the banana from this person. I'm like, maybe that was someone that watched my stream, but I don't know. It's weird. And the next day, the same car pulls up, like I'm hitchhiking on an on-ramp, and he does the same thing. "You some kind of hobo or something?" And gives me a banana again. And then now pretty much everywhere I go, someone just shows up and is like, "You some kind of hobo or something," hands me a banana. But it's escalated from there. I was in Minnesota somewhere, and I was getting breakfast at a Denny's. And someone figured out the Denny's I was at, called the Denny's, paid for my meal, and paid for a banana, and had it delivered to me, hand-delivered to me on a plate. So I had a plated banana delivered to me.
That's crazy.
And then around that time, someone in the stream was like, "Hey Trevor, if someone donated $1,000, would you hitchhike in a banana outfit on Halloween?" And I'm like, Sure. Yeah, if someone donated $1,000 in bits, which is Twitch's currency, and then immediately everyone started donating bits, and someone put like a donation goal, and in 30 hours we raised $1,000 because they wanted me to hitchhike in a banana costume on Halloween. So now I have to hitchhike on Halloween in a banana costume, which is sacrificing my pride and dignity because I agreed to something the internet told me to do.
One of my friends went to our senior prom as a banana.
Did he?
Yeah. That's pretty fun.
Yeah, I like that. You guys, you made that happen. You're also very generous. You donated a lot of bits, but it was because you wanted me to wear a banana suit. You silly guys and girls. I shouldn't have agreed to that. So, your girlfriend was going to a movie tonight?
She was, but that got canceled, so she's just over hanging out at a friend's house.
Okay. Does she want you there? You don't?
I usually don't go over to that particular friend's house. Not that I'm friends with her too, but I let them have their girlfriend.
Okay. All right.
The only other thing I'd really be doing right now is drinking.
At home drinking? Would it be scotch?
Actually, I do have a fresh bottle of 21 years.
Wow.
So, when I was in Phoenix, I picked up a bottle of 18 years and a bottle of 21 years for the price that it would cost for just the 21 year up here. So, like $180, and I got two really good bottles of scotch. The price of what the 21 year would have cost is $110.
Okay. Wait. So just alcohol is really taxed here?
Yeah, I mean, we're probably not the highest in the country.
It's for you.
What's this for?
It's for you. It's from our coach. This is
Coach? Who's this from? You don't. You're in college, like. So please.
That's pretty awesome. Cheers. Cheers. Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah. Take care, man. You guys too.
Yeah. You know what happened yesterday? It's $120. I was hitchhiking yesterday. My last ride yesterday. They took me like 3 hours down the way from. Where was I? From like. Where was I? I forget where I was to Billings. It was like what eastern Montana to Billings. And when I got out, Glendive. Yeah. And when I was like when we got in close there, he's like, I want to contribute to help you support your way and everything like that. And he handed me $100 bill. What is with people giving me money? I'm self-sustaining. Can I?
They must just be good just as a character.
Wow. No, this is 50. Another 50. And a 20. That's $120. That's crazy. People are so generous. But like it's strange. Like I say no, but like once they insist a few times, like I'll end up taking it. But like I don't need the money. I think I'm gonna have to turn around and like do generous things to other people. Yeah. I understand. Yeah. Is that from that lady? Yeah, I think the 250s was from the lady, and the 20 was from the videographer guy. Wow. All right. Well, have to sleep outside. Because I was gifted money, but I said I wouldn't spend any money on accommodation, so I'm not spending any money on accommodation. I don't know, I'm gonna go give someone some money or something. Do you want, can I buy a nice bottle of scotch? Wish you asked their names next time. Well, I have his business card. Is that for the room? Just give me money.
Maybe you could point some of your viewers towards us.
Probably. Let me see. I'm gonna look at his stuff today, and I'll link his stuff in stream. I'll have to look at his stuff first. He's the man at Twitch. I don't know. I'm just gonna keep going, and when someone looks like they need it more than I do, will help. Or like which road kind of? Reserve Street. That's the exit I was looking at anyway.
If you wanted to get fancy, you could stay at the Come On Inn. That place is really nice. Like $120.
Oh, that's rich.
Let's see. Is the Best Western Plus.
Ooh. That's fancy too.
And there's a big gas station like the one we were just at.
Okay.
Over there too, which is a nice place, a staging point.
Okay. Well, do you mind taking me out there, and I'll just kind of set myself down there and see where I feel like going? Yeah. All right.
Still dancing.
There must be a reason. Like she can't. That's not just. Yeah.
She's doing multiple takes.
But like in different lighting. Now it's nighttime. Maybe she's making a compilation of her dancing in different lighting situations. Thank you. Alright. There's other people in the car. They must be filming her. How far we traveled today? I think it's like 4.5 hours of drive time total from like near Billings to here. What do you think?
Billings to here is usually about 5.
5 hours? Okay, 5 hours of driving, approximately. There's a charging cord plugged in. Yeah, they have them there for the customers, guys. Premium service there.
Until 3 a.m.
till 3 a.m. See, I could have stayed there till 3 a.m. charging a few things. Someone told me to tell you this. Thank you, and he gives that person hope for humanity.
Oh, right on.
There you go.
I feel like Missoula is a good place to find that.
Yeah. Apparently.
There's a decent amount of that here.
It seems to be that way.
Bozeman's pretty good too.
Yeah. No, I had a good time last time I was Bozeman, but then I cut south on, I don't remember what it's called, I-something towards Idaho and Utah. Somewhere along the route we took there. Is this us? This way or?
Yeah.
Okay, alright. What else do we have today? 1 ride, 2 ride. We had 3 rides today, guys. Right now, we are in Missoula, Montana. Clark is a very nice man. I agree. Little goose. We're headed to Interstate Junction, where I can either make the choice for hotel or camping. If camping, then I need more charge. I need to charge some more. Oh yeah. Alright, yeah. Just need my internet, and then we can do that. Sorry. Alright. Yeah, with this hot weather, the bugs have come out in full force.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. I figured they'd be dormant winter since we had quite the freeze recently.
Yeah, that's what
You're
I thought
lucky
too.
You came through here during a really good week. If you would have been like a week or two earlier, it would have been pretty cold.
I got a little bit of snow in Michigan and stuff like that, but you guys got more here, I think.
Yeah, in the mountains at least.
Yeah.
It was real snowy last weekend. Oh, shit.
So CDL, you can drive like the full like 52-foot trailer, like commercial trucks like that? Yeah.
Yep.
Do you ever drive those?
I try not to, honestly.
Yeah.
It's not my favorite. Like, I only got that license just to make me more employable operating equipment, just in case I needed to, like, haul equipment.
Yeah.
But generally what happens is... Need to cross there. Generally what happens is I drive dump truck
Okay.
the times that they do have me drive. Recently I kind of got offered a job driving around like a full-size truck with counterweights for a crane that they put on the crane to make sure it can lift an object.
Mm-hmm.
Like driving that from site to site. But I was like, I don't feel like it. It wasn't the greatest offer.
Was it still in your union?
It was out in Billings, but it was from this company that like isn't very well established. Wasn't the right fit.
Okay.
That was crazy though, the work I was doing just recently though, inside a refinery.
Yeah.
It was like cool. Pretty crazy like seeing like the inner workings of like how a
Actually,
refinery
I'd be
operates.
interested to see that. Was that in the Billings area? That refinery.
Oh, right on. That's a pretty decent one.
Is it?
Our other dog is a rescue from Los Angeles.
Was he from Illinois?
Worked at a rescue shelter. There was a right before we got together.
Okay.
Wish I could introduce you because that pit bull's sweet.
But they have the reputation, like some people get a pit bull because like, yeah, it's an aggressive dog breed, and they raise it as such.
Yeah.
If you raise an aggressive dog, then it's gonna be aggressive regardless of the breed.
Yeah. princess.
How old is she?
I think she's about 4-ish, I think.
Okay.
4, maybe 5.
One day I'm gonna have a dog, but I do not leave a stable enough lifestyle to take care of anything that's dependent on me.
So that's the really nice hotel I was telling you
Okay.
about. That one's a little more expensive, but I know that one would have laundry services if you needed it.
Okay. Well, anywhere here.
And then that Best Western's over here. That one's probably pretty nice too. Maybe a little less expensive. And then there's a couple cheaper ones on the other side of the interstate.
Okay. All right. I am set. Oh, scraper. Let's just make.
On the highway.
Okay.
Just picks up dirt and moves it.
Interesting piece of machinery. All right, let's set this down for a second while I put my stuff together. You guys go down there. Stay there for a minute. Well, thank you so much for
Take a selfie.
Yeah, for sure. Did I give you a card? Did I give you one?
No.
No, I haven't. No, I'll give you. And yeah, if you check out the stream, let it say hi and chat.
Okay.
Also, my personal email's there.
I've never been on Twitch. I should check it out. This would be a good intro to it.
Intro to it. Yeah, you were on Twitch TV before you knew about Twitch TV. Or really knew about it.
Right on.
So thank you so much for helping me out, taking me for dinner. I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
It was a lot of fun talking to you.
Glad I could help you out.
He helped me out tonight, so
Wish the best of luck in your travels.
I'll need it.
If you ever get a chance, Missoula would love to have you back.
Well, yeah, you got me. Maybe I'll come back. We can bring you a bottle of scotch or something like that.
It'd be cool, man. It's a great place to kill some time when the weather's really nice and the
So
weather.
it's nice. All right, I'll come back.
Except for August, it's usually a little smoky because that's forest fire season.
Okay.
But like June,
June, July.
July,
Early
yeah.
July, maybe.
yeah, it's prime
It's prime.
and
Time.
lots of great places to camp
Okay.
too.
Maybe we'll sing that tonight. Maybe we won't. We'll see.
Yeah, man.
All right. Well, hope you have a great rest of your day.
Yeah, man. Thanks. You as well.
Maybe I'll see you again someday.
Yeah,
You do have my contact info.
I'll look you up.
All right. Bring this over here and then grab it. So there was a decision-making process there. I was given money. I told people I would not pay for accommodation. I now have money that I have, and in order for me to stay in a hotel, I'd have to pay for a hotel. That's cheating. I've established in my mind that that's cheating. Okay? So I was given money, and now it's my money to do with as I wish. And you know what? In my mind, I'm like, whatever. I could go one way or another. But if I set the goal that I'm not going to pay for accommodation for the whole time, people will just be like, Trevor, you paid for accommodation. Yeah, I'm gonna charge my stuff at a restaurant here. I'll just help out other people that need money more than I do. You strange and cheap Trevor, get a hotel room? No. No, you can't make me. You can't make me sleep inside. Cash is for a room only? She said? She didn't say. She didn't come back. The young videographer came back and said, gave me the $250 that says from her, and then gave me $20 from him. Hotel is probably as free bananas for breakfast. Probably. That's not the point. It's not your money. It is my money. I'm just probably going to end up giving it away to other people. But I don't need to stay inside. And now that it's my money, I don't want to pay for accommodation because I said I wouldn't pay for accommodation. I don't know, maybe that'll offend some of you. You get a hotel. We'll never watch this stream again. Are you convinced now? Yes, I am. Why do you expect money to be funded cheating? I said I wouldn't pay for accommodation until I get to San Jose. In what way does accepting money if someone insists to give you money cheating based on the rule that I set for myself, or the goal that I set for myself to not pay for accommodation until I get to San Jose? I don't understand how that's relevant to the situation. Technically, you are not paying for it. She is. Well, I make money from Twitch TV, so if I pay for a hotel with my own money, technically I'm not paying for it. You guys are, because you guys subscribe and donate to my channel. That's the exact same line of reasoning. No, not the green light. She gave you $150? She didn't, she gave me $100. 196 miles to Spokane. We'll be in Washington State tomorrow, West Coast. Well, it'll be the West Coast of the westernmost kind of states. Get a room 17 room. You're still paying for that accommodation. Still paying for that accommodation. Okay. Can I just say, that's a dick move. They put, I'm not sure if you're able to see it, put fences up there so people can't sleep underneath the interstate tucked under the road there. Put fences so you couldn't get cover for the night. That's a dick move. Any time zone tomorrow? Yeah, is it when we cross into Washington? Is that Pacific? Or is it somewhere in Montana? Do you ever hike in the woods? Yeah, I do. I haven't been on like super long multi-day hikes actually, which is surprising to me. I don't know why I haven't. I just haven't planned one and gone through with it. Why am I waiting here? There's no one here. Oh well, we'll follow the rules of this light. Pacific starts when you cross into Idaho. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. I want to contact that filmmaker guy. I want to see some of the stuff he makes. I'm interested. I kind of stumbled my way into filmography, and I do a crap job at it. Camp in your tent outside of TwitchCon when you get there. There was a Twitch staff in here, one of the Twitch staff members watching the stream, and I'm like, how about this Twitch? Okay, we have a hitchhiker exhibit in TwitchCon. You have my tent, you have my pack and everything set up there. I kind of just sit there like looking all like, I don't know, hitchhikery. It's like an exhibit. And then when the convention ends, I just sleep in my tent. And he didn't say anything in response to that. Want to do the AT American Discovery Trail with me? The whole AT, whole Appalachian Trail. It's a long trail, my friend. Are you tired? Well, it's only 7:45 here. I like the way you do it. Thank you. Not everyone will. Some people are unhappy with how I handled that situation, and that's okay. You're not going to make everyone happy. I might buy some wet wipes though, because I got the first person to admit that I actually could smell some BO. It's a sad day, 4 days in this time, but we've had some hot weather the past 2 days, so I feel like I was doing better with the 8 days from St. John's because it was always cold weather. Of 4 days, the past 2 days have been 70 plus Fahrenheit, so like I actually sweated some and it was warm, so there's that BO coming through. Under one of the overpasses before. I don't really like sleeping there. I avoid it. It's a hot spot for other people to want to be sleeping. Kind of like to have my own secluded space where I know I'm going to be left alone. And it's very loud, so you have to wear earplugs because you're right under an interstate. So you should shower every 3 days and wash clothes every week. It depends on the condition as I'm in. Like I went 8 days, and I asked on the 8th day, do I smell? They said I didn't. I'm like, you're not gonna offend me. Do I smell? It's been 8 days. You're supposed to smell. I said no. This time after 4 days, he said it's not bad, but I get like a hint. This gets a hint. Calico Jack. So, we're gonna go charge some batteries. No wipes. The stinky will keep the mountain lions away. Probably. So laundromat. I've got some laundry detergent in my bag. Actually, forgot about that. That was given to me on the Hitchhiking America trip. Where was I? I was in McDonald's and this girl came up and gave me like 5 packets of laundry detergent. What was that? I can't remember. Calico Jack, thank you for subscribing to the TwitchHikers. Appreciate that. We're charging our battery tonight, somewhere where I know I can always find an outlet. The archers, they guide me home. I use the stream. I use the OnePlus 6 cell phone, wide angle lens, directional microphone. It's a Rode Video microphone. It's all mounted to a selfie stick, which has a Joby Gorilla Pod screwed onto the bottom of that, and a big battery attached to all of that. Hiker put a dryer sheet with his clothes in his backpack, Triple Crown guy. I'm sure that helps with the smell a little bit. A little bit, maybe? Come to your hotel. The lady didn't come back, but the videography student came back and gave me $100 from her and $20 from him. And I set the goal to myself that I would not pay for accommodation until I got to TwitchCon. I've had that for a while now. So I received money, now it's my money. I don't want to pay for accommodation. But I think I'm just going to be fairly generous the next couple of days. That's tips or just people that look like it need it more than I do. Because like when she said that, I'm like, I'm okay sleeping outside. I don't need to stay inside. It's been a couple of days. I'm okay. Is that actually you, the coach? Is that actually you? You donated the money? Is that actually you? So I donated the money, initially offered him a room, but realized that wasn't my place to give him a room. I'd give him cash to use as he pleases. The second I found out he was doing something out of passion, wanted to support him to use any way he wanted. Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, I had set a goal for myself to not pay for accommodation until I got to San Jose, and like it's been a couple of days since I showered, and you offered a room. Like,
okay, if someone offers me a room, like they're getting me a room, I guess that kind of skirts the rule. But to be honest, I really love sleeping outside, and like you gave me a ton of money, and I think like I honestly don't need that much money because I get by. Like I don't need that much hitchhiking. I think I'm just going to pay it forward as much as I can to people that I feel need it more than I do. Because I honestly don't need much money. I hitchhike and I sleep in a tent and all that jazz. So you, very generous amount of money you gave me. Yeah, that's okay. I'd like to pay it forward to people that need it more than I do. Couldn't find parking, so sent Gentry in. Okay. Alright. Well, thank you so much for that. I hope that kind of explains. People in my channel were kind of mad at me because I wasn't going to use it for accommodation. But I want to use it for someone that needs it more than I do. So now I'm going to charge up here in McDonald's. Pies. They have pumpkin pies now. I like their apple pies. I'll just order from here. Hey, could I get 2 of your apple pies? Do you guys still heat them up? Or can you?
Yeah, we can stick them in a microwave for a few seconds.
Okay, cool. And yeah, I'm just gonna start with those. I might grab some.
Okay, just $2.
Sure. Tap, I think.
Alright, get those just set.
Sure, thank you very much. Could tell you didn't need it, but God works in amazing ways, and I'll get to whoever needs it. Make sure Jen connects. Yeah, and I got his business card, and I'd love to see the type of works he creates, because I'm new to this whole filming thing and everything, so I don't know, it's cool to me. I kind of stumbled into videography and filming with my passion of hitchhiking. So here I am now, filming stuff every day. But I love it. Love what I'm doing. Can I not have those apple pies cold? Yeah, I mean, guess. So yeah, I can throw them in the microwave. Because they used to serve them hot all the time, and on the container it says, caution, hot. But they're not hot anymore. Alright, let's plug in all our stuff and get some charging in. It's right around 8 o'clock. The least comfortable chair in the world? It's not the most comfortable chair in the world, but it's not the least comfortable either. Let's get ones then. How happy are you from day to day? I have so much respect for what you're doing. I feel like I would be miserable doing what you're doing. Mad love, man. Let's get ones then. How happy am I on a day-to-day basis? It's going to vary on what part of the day I'm in, but by and large, I'm doing what I love, and it's gotten to the point where I can sustain myself doing what I love. So, as far as I'm concerned, this is a dream come true. What I'm doing on a day-to-day basis, this is a dream come true.
pies are still in the dynamite. I can understand why they aren't hot. It's not that cost that much to heat up a pie. I don't need to be like fresh baked. He's like, yeah, I'll just microwave for you. I'm like, that's perfect. Microwave works great. Alright. See if we can pump up that end a bit. We're in a city. Potentially set this in the window. See if we can go up to 1500 bit rate. Make things a little sharper. No, what I'm doing right now is there's nothing I'd rather be doing in my life. If I wasn't streaming hitchhiking, I'd still be on hitchhiking trips. I just would have to take breaks between trips to refund myself, but now I don't have to do that. You guys make it possible for me to. Sandman, thank you for gifting us up to Coach Kim. Coach Kim, if you're still watching, welcome to the Twitch Hikers. That's what we call the people that are subscribed to this channel. So you get, well, you don't have to watch an ad when you start the channel. You get access to channel exclusive emotes. We've got some great emotes. You'll love them. Power bank, you wish you had our own. How many milliamp hours? I think the 20,000 milliamp hour is a good size, but like it's not too heavy and it doesn't take too long to charge. I would like a few like 20,000 milliamp hour batteries that have like Qualcomm Quick Charge 3.0 input. It's easy to find them that have output, but the input's difficult. So moments like this, I could have it charging at a quick charge rate like 2 times, 3 times, 4 times as fast as a normal trickle charge, and I'd be charged up quicker, so I don't have to spend so much time charging and more time hitchhiking. Okay, this. Oops. Okay, can you stand up, please? Get up, stand up. Don't give up, alright. Okay, so I'm going to should be back in higher resolution. Higher bit rate. Okay, that 1, 2, 3. Guess I might as well just plug you in. 1, 2, 3, 4. 6. Okay. Alright, eat some pie. Eating pie. It's time. I'm going to F. Really? It's like I don't know how to work the stream, like the stream timing thing. As I told you guys, I'm going to restart the stream and stuff like that, and I got through that whole thing, and then I turned it off, and then I restarted Streamlabs. But cut you off. I'm going to. I don't know how to work this. I don't know how to time things. I guess there's a stream delay, and it makes it hard to know what you guys see. Apple or peach? Apple. Hitchhiking the Blizzard yet? Yeah, they didn't have a peach flavor here. They had pumpkin and peach. I hitchhiked in minus 37 Celsius. It's almost the same in Fahrenheit. That was 4 hours in that climate. Oh, really hot. Really hot. Better than cold though. Before I was outside in that, did you die? No. I had the equipment necessary to stay comfortable in that. My boots weren't insulated to the level that they needed to be. So I had to keep walking and sometimes running to keep blood flowing into my toes at a rate that I kept feeling in my feet. Because once you lose feeling, it's really hard to keep track of where they're at, how close they are to getting frostbite. So I wanted to make sure I had full feeling in my toes. So I had to keep moving to keep the blood flowing into my toes. Can you chew with your mouth open close to the microphone, please? I'll look into it. I haven't learned that skill yet. What point do Celsius and Fahrenheit meet? Minus 40. It was almost right at that point. I'm running your 20 mAh batteries. I have an Aki one, and then the other one's RAV power. The RAV power one's actually 22,000 mAh. In my opinion, for most of the batteries, you don't need to splurge for Anker if you're just getting their basic battery, because they're almost all the same on the inside. You open them up, there's like 3 different battery manufacturers, and they just hook those up in series inside the battery, slap their plastic case on it, and call it an Anker battery. It's really no different from an Aki RAV power. They're all the same, so get what's cheap and which has maybe a decent warranty policy. No, Anker has a great warranty policy, but so do other brands. And you know what? A lot of those battery companies, they sell exclusively through Amazon. And you know what they're scared of? Bad reviews. So your reviews can kind of just like force their warranty on it. Look forward to your Liz hike streams. I would love to do some like real winter hitchhiking and camping and stuff with you guys. Batteries really don't like the cold though. Alright, welcome through. No input price worth the difference for faster charge. Like I got one and it was like $40 something, and I'm like, that's pretty cheap. Or maybe it was more. Maybe it was like $50 something Canadian. And it was like the cheapest one that had Qualcomm Quick Charge 3.0 input, and it broke in, like I used it for 1 power cycle before I left to test it, and on day 1 of Hitchhiking America, the very first day of actual use, it broke immediately. Did I get what I paid for? I don't know. They sell the McGangbang there just in Texas. I've heard of it in Canada. I feel like if you order that, like the staff are gonna like give you like, come on man, like if you want that, like ask for like whatever it is, a McDouble and a McChicken or a junior chicken, and then we'll put it together. But like we can't officially like sell it as that name. You're staying tonight? My tent. You built a power bank with replaceable lithium batteries, so I'm going to swap the batteries. I just use one, just do what I want. The ship is overheating. I think the price difference comes from the quality of the ship. I really think it's brand. Like Anker has brand recognition. My favorite battery is this RAV power. Aki, I think, has pretty decent reputation. I don't like the batteries as much. I like the RAV power one. I don't know what it is about it, but I just like it the most. It's the most reliable to me. And I think of the 3, that's the one with the worst reputation. Any tips for someone who wants to start hitchhiking without limited time? Like, you have unlimited time, you just start hitchhiking? Okay. It would help if you want to know like which region you're hitchhiking and how you want to hitchhike, where you'll be sleeping, what you plan to be eating for food. And then I can delve into this. Shucks, Nick. just give me a little bit of a feeler for how you want to do your hitchhiking. Because hitchhiking is the act of soliciting a ride and getting from A to B that way. But you could hitchhike and then stay in hotels every night. You could hitchhike and go out for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and sit down in places every night. It can be as cheap or as expensive as you want it to be. It's just your method of transportation just happens to be free, between cities at least. Give me a little more info and I can delve into that. Trevor, can you franchise a McDonald's for us? A Hitch Live McDonald's? A toaster strudel? No, it's a baked apple pie. You see how it says caution hot? Yeah, I made them make it actually hot. Because they serve them room temperature now. They serve them at room temperature. Favorite ice cream flavor? Depends on my mood. Like sometimes I'm full board on the mint chocolate chip. But like sometimes I feel like a kid and I want some cookies and cream. And it's not ice cream, but sometimes I want like a nice like mango sorbet or something like that. Do you recommend your same gear for same circumstance, hitching minus the cams? If I was doing this trip without the camera, I'd have the same equipment. I would just have like one 10,000 mAh battery rather than a bunch of them. These mobile batteries are very useful to have. You just need as many as you need for your particular use. Because I still use the phone for navigation. I used offline maps though, so I wouldn't have data here. I would just have offline maps downloaded onto my phone and go from there. Care to protect yourself anything in case? Or do I carry anything to protect myself in case? I have a Victorinox like knife, multi-tool. I use it for cutting cardboard. I've never once in my life thought about using it for personal or for self-defense. It's a tool, I use it as a tool. I forgot. I've got my free medium fries. I'm gonna get my free medium fries. Pepper sprays allowed in Canada, only against wildlife. And when they sell it, you sign something that says you plan to only use it on wildlife. You carry it with the intention of using it on wildlife. I had to sell them. It's part of my job. And we'd refuse selling it to someone that wouldn't fill out the form or wouldn't like. We were allowed to use our judgment whether or not we were to sell bear spray. And we turned some people down. Are hitchhikers considered wildlife? Yes, we are. Two Drapopi and Eaten Pie, same time, we're like, hitchhiking is considered wildlife. I like it. You guys both, you're on the same wavelength. Good. Well, I save a lot of money on food costs to plug in a toaster whenever you charge your battery. I don't get it. I don't get it. Would you hitchhike with a friend? Yes, and I have. Probably not long term because I like hitchhiking solo long term. Bear spray is my favorite cologne. Yeah. Well, did you not, like, once bear spray is settled, it actually does attract wildlife. Like, when you spray it, it gets in their eyes and it irritates and it's very painful for them and they want, if they were charging you, the hope is that overcomes their need to, like, you know, deal with you, so they'll run away and be like, ow, my face and eyes. That's the thought, at least. But once it settles into the ground, it actually smells like kind of sweet. It smells like food. So they come back for it. So if you have to spray a bear, you get the frick out of there. Because once it's settled, it now attracts wildlife. I think Emily's given up on the whole streaming thing. So we can still recommend for her, but like no point promoting a stream where she doesn't want to stream anymore. Would you be an MMA lightweight fighter? I don't think I have any desire to do that. But interesting question. How could you ever be lightweight? You're 280 pounds. Well, I'm 6'10", so you know it's proportionate, right? Make these twice a day. I just got pies this time. Actually, I'm gonna get fries because I got my free medium fry little holy fab thingies. She's promoting you. I was in chat last night. Yeah, but she's not streaming anymore. That's all I was saying. Actually, the Netherlands, I don't know where to start. Netherlands is a good place to start. They actually have an official hitchhiking spot. It's like Lifters Halt or something like that. I forgot. You have signs. They're like official hitchhiking spots. It's really cool. It's the only place I've ever seen them before. I want to save up some money to travel to Canada or the United States. Start something there. Okay. I like sleeping inside a tent. Got no interest in sleeping in hotels. Haven't done much research. Crap. Alright. Let's see. I'm gonna say before you try and just like go full fly across the Atlantic Ocean to North America and do it, try around the Netherlands. Can't like Rotterdam and Amsterdam, Nijmegen, I don't know, somewhere. Or maybe go to Germany or something. Go around France. You have a friend in another country, go visit them for a weekend. Get a taste of it before you go all in on it. I'm not sure if you've ever done it before. If you haven't done it before, then you might not like it. You might like the idea of it, but not the actual reality of it. Oh, you live in Nijmegen. Alright, I spent a little bit of time there. I have a friend there. In Nijmegen, they have a Lifters Halt. Make a sign for Rotterdam, hitchhike to Rotterdam. And hitchhike there for a weekend or something like that, if you know someone, or I don't know. It's like a couple, hour and a half. How far is it? I don't even remember. I hitchhiked there, from Nijmegen. Hitchhike, see if you like it. See if you can handle standing on the side of the road with cars passing by you and essentially saying no. Probably use a sign so people know where you're going. Try free camping. I free camped outside Rotterdam, actually near the highway. I could probably find it on a map for you if you want. Actually, it was kind of a weird spot. It wasn't the easiest city to camp around. There wasn't very much green space that I could find. I'm just trying to like ease you into it so that you don't like fly across the ocean, start hitchhiking, and hate it. Because it's not everyone's gonna like hitchhiking. If you want to try it, then really what I say, ease into it, and make sure you have the confidence to be able to turn down a ride. I don't know how long you've been watching this channel, but maybe !famous, !creepy driver. Those are two examples on stream where I've turned down a ride because I'm like, no, I don't want to ride with you. I don't like the vibe you're giving off. If someone gives you bad vibes, and you should kind of, when you have like little spidey senses tingling, like inquire more, and if they give you bad vibes, turn down that ride. It's an awkward interaction. Someone pulls over just for you, and even if they're going in the right direction, you then turn them down. That's difficult to do for a lot of people. And I don't want to promote hitchhiking, because I just don't want to be like, everyone go hitchhiking. It's the safest thing in the world. Like you're gonna be fine no matter what. You have to look out for yourself. Yep. have to look out for yourself. So make sure if those spidey senses are tingling, you have to be able to say, thank you for stopping, I'm gonna wait for the next ride. Have a nice day, shut the door, walk away, move on with your life. It's awkward, but you gotta do it. Other than that, be prepared for the elements. If you're going in the fall and winter, be prepared for that. Going in the summer, be prepared for the bugs in central parts. Just inland parts. I've seen you getting some pretty Monka-S rides. Twitch thinks every ride's a Monka-S ride. Twitch thinks every ride's Monka-S. I think we have different standards for scary. Rear half of the day, Benny Beat? Yeah, I can do that. So, I started this morning in Laurel, just west of Billings, Montana, which is still probably on the eastern side of Montana. We're in Laurel, camped up near an oil refinery, actually. Skipped some rocks. There's some great flat rocks on that riverbank. It was great. Got McDonald's for breakfast, of course. Talked to Verizon employees. Again, they can't provide me anything of any value. I got the worst deals, the worst plans. Caught a ride. I was turned down the first ride because she wanted me to ride in the bed of the truck. Covered, but bed of the truck because her dogs were in the front and they would apparently eat me alive. So I turned that down. Next ride was going to why am I forgetting the name of where I'm at? Or not where I'm at, where I was. I really have to pull out a map for this. Cottard, just thank you for subscribing. Welcome to the TwitchHikers. I'm going to continue this story here. No, I didn't get a ride to Manhattan. This is before that. Oh, to Bozeman. Why did I forget that name? We've been doing it all day. I got a ride from there to Belgrade, which is like pretty much a suburb of Bozeman. And from Belgrade, I got a ride all the way to here. Why? My brain is just not working right now. Frickin' Missoula. Jesus. So we had 3 rides. I turned down 2 rides today though. That one ride with the lady because the dogs and riding in the bed of the truck, and then before I got the ride from Belgrade to Missoula, I had one guy pull over, and before he even pulled over, as he drove past, I could smell weed emanating from the truck. And he opened the back door, and I popped in there, and he was mid smoking a joint, and I'm like, I can't. Miss Stono. Oh, I'm a horrible streamer. Holy, I did 2 minutes ago. Tilted B, thank you for the $20 donation. Have a meal on me. Been awesome watching your progress. Can't wait till you hit the West Coast. I can't wait till I hit the West Coast either. I miss the West Coast. I miss it. Thank you so much for the 20. That's a lot of money. Thank you very much. I'm not getting much more to eat because the guy, Clark, right? It's Clark? Who drove me here to Missoula, he bought me dinner, so I had 3 slices of big slices of pizza. I am gonna burn one of my free medium fry little things on some medium fries. How about breakfast? Tomorrow is on you, Tilted B. Thank you very much for the 20 spot. Oh yeah, and then I got dropped off here. Clark took me out. The guy that drove me here took me out for dinner for 3 things, for 3 pieces of pizza, and then someone sitting behind us, this lady, asked what I was doing because she was there with some students, and one of them was a videographer. And I told them what I was doing, and then she said she was going to get me a hotel, and then she left, and she explained this to me later. Said it wasn't her place to get a hotel for me, but came back and couldn't find a parking spot, so got the videographer guy to give me $100 from her, and then the videographer gave me $20 as well. So now I'm at McDonald's and I'm gonna sleep outside in the woods. I'm just charging my batteries. Breakfast it is. I'll be watching. Thank you very much. $20. That's a substantial meal. Honestly, I don't think I've spent $20 on a meal just for myself in a long time. Also, I was explaining who's Shacksnake. We were having our conversation. Yeah, I feel you. This is some great advice. I've done a trip from Nijmegen to Paris on my bike, so I've got some experience with camping in the wild and elements. That's good experience. So you know you'll be out good kind of outside and on your own and independent like that. I like that. That is actual good first experience before you kind of jump into it. But have you hitchhiked before? Are you in the mountains? Yeah, this is kind of like in a valley in the mountains.
You ready for tonight, Mikey?
That's usually place St. John's. Might have been $20. So it was pricey. It was Canadian dollars, so if we're talking US dollars here, then take off 30%. Yeah, my Sunamono salad was like, probably with the tip and everything like that, it was right on around $20 Canadian. I spent $16 plus on poutine, also with the trucker. I think his was 16 plus. Mine was less because he got the large and then added things. I think mine was like $10.95 plus tax or something like that. It's still probably close to $16 with tax and tip. No, you make $20 going so much further than I do. I'm a really cheap guy. It's almost lottery time. Oh, it is. I got my lottery ticket on me and everything. Hey, Sweets. Sweet sound chick. How are you today? The lottery ticket out. We'll see the draw. And you'll see based on my reaction if I won 980 million or not. Remember the fried apple pie? Yeah. Why would they? It's so much better warm. Why do they serve it room temperature now? Buy a ticket after all? Yeah, someone donated $2 and they're like, get a ticket. Usually I don't like take money and like use it because people just charge it back because that's what people do. Not all people, like some people. I'm like, okay, fine, I'll get a ticket. It'll be fine. At the end of the day, we can all see who won. I'm still gonna stream if I win. I probably won't stream hitchhiking. I think I'll pick up hitchhikers and I'll buy a fancy car so I can fulfill all their dreams of being picked up by an exotic car. I don't think I'd even buy an exotic car except for that purpose. Just because it's like a dream to be picked up by a fancy car. Where am I right now? Missoula, Montana. No, hitchhiking is something totally new. I'm 23 now and kind of stuck in life, so I'm trying to find a way to brighten up my life. Interested in traveling on my own and sleeping inside tents in the open sky. But yeah, starting close is probably a better idea. You don't have to do too much. And there's a good chance, like, you could just dive in head first and fly across the Atlantic and you catch your first ride. So you're like, yes, this is my calling. I want to do this. I love this. This is a great experience. This is very positive. As that's probably what I would do. I just don't want to, like, push you into something and get you all amped for it. I'm thinking just do a weekend trip somewhere and back. And if you love it, then that will be all the motivation you need to like dive headfirst into planning a trip and going international and doing a big longer distance trip. If you're kind of I don't know about that trip, maybe do another one a little bit longer, kind of ease into it. And if you hate it, then that will probably be all the motivation you need to be like, okay, it's a good idea, but it might not be for me. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Do you want to better get my $2 back, Fire Willie? I suppose. Do you want interest? Do you want interest? Hire Elon Musk to pick you up in his Tesla with that money? I don't think Elon Musk cares about like that much money anymore. Be like, Elon Musk, here's $1 million, do this. Be like, no, man, I don't really care, it's $1 million. You can get a bus, fly us all out there, and we can document picking people up in a bus. Picking up hitchhikers in a bus full of people from the street. Ever been on a ride that picked up a second hitchhiker? Yeah, coming back from Croatia up to Germany. I think we picked him up in Slovenia. He was a crazy guy. He's telling me about all these like subterranean like beings that enter our world through like major landmarks like the pyramids and stuff. Anyway, it was interesting. I'll wear banana suits while doing it. Most obscure thing ever. 20 cents interest. It's a little steep. Documenting the process of hitchhiking from the other side. Yeah, I'd live stream myself trying to find hitchhikers in a Ferrari. Because that would just be so much fun. I'd have to find like an exotic sports car that has a decent amount of storage. Most of them don't have very much storage. How much money did you save up before you first started hitchhiking? Like, I started hitchhiking around my province, so I just had my money. Like, I was just like between years of college. That was just a cheap way to get around, and I hated the bus anyway, so that was that. So I didn't really have much money, but I wasn't like broke. Then I used. I decided to not go to the next. My third year, so I used my fall semester tuition money, which is how much was my school? I think it was only $2,500 a semester. It was a $5,000 a semester. I can't even remember now. Wow, college is so long ago. But not really. My brain just isn't very good. I was used that tuition money to hitchhike across Canada to the East Coast and back, and I still have money left over after that, so it can be pretty cheap. I hitchhiked from British Columbia to St. John's, Newfoundland and back. I started that trip on November 1st. That was a bad idea. I don't even know about Canada. November, this is already cold month. By the time I got back, it was mid-December. Super time of the year to go on your first long distance hitchhiking trip. But it was good. I had a great time. And I saved up just under $6,000 Canadian to go on my 8-month around the world through 23 country trip. Love you, Trip. Love you too, sweet sour and shit. Always been a very supportive and friendly. Remember, get a room tonight. Hey. Hey, I thought that was unconditional. Okay? I am not paying for accommodation until I get to San Jose. Okay? How old am I? 24. An electric car with solar panels so you can charge your batteries while hiking. Plan on finishing your education? I'm not sure. Really, I don't know how the next, like, even year is going to play out. I've been streaming for 6 months and things have changed significantly in my life. Just as far as what I'm doing on a day-to-day basis. I'd probably just be working right now, saving up for another hitchhiking trip if I wasn't streaming. So, like, my day-to-day basis is different. It's just, there's a whole lot more camera in it. And anyway, couldn't even imagine winning the lottery. It'd be so surreal. I wouldn't even know what to do myself. I feel like a lot of people would be in that place. $980 million is an unfathomable amount of money to the majority of people. Like, they will take a significant chunk in taxes, but still. Were you by yourself on the 8-month trip? Yes, I was. Get a Honda Odyssey. Why? Any crazy runs with animals while camping out? 2 wild boars in Germany. Coyotes. No bears. No cougars. Cougars, mountain lions, pumas, whatever you want to call them. Call them cougars in the Pacific Northwest. Alright, when there's no line up here, I'm gonna go get my free french fries. Win the lottery in Canada, you don't get taxes. I know, that's the difference, but our lotteries never go up to $980 or $1 billion. Our biggest lotteries are like 50 million. You'll win, Trevor. You're lucky you can have $1 million when you win. Alright. Just you specifically, Matt Train. You can have $1 million, okay? What kind of job would you have to save up for streaming? I sell outdoor gear and apparel. Tents, sleeping bags, sleeping pads, backpacks, shoes, jackets, pants, socks, all that jazz. Have I run in Sasquatch? Yeah. Usually comes out when I lose connection. You can tell that the stream's down and it'll just come up and be like, "Yo, what's up?" And I'm like, "Hey, Sasquatch. I know you don't want to be on camera, so hi. Alright, connection's coming back soon, you better leave, and then see ya." Always wanted to take a long distance trip, just was always worried I wouldn't have a good time alone. What type of trip would you be taking? Now, like with hitchhiking, you're forced to kind of be social. Like that's how you travel. You're forced to get out there and like open yourself up to the world and other people. If you're traveling by bus and then going to hostel, you have to. You're not forced to do any of that. You could go to the hostel and like sit in your dorm room and watch Netflix if you wanted to. You're not forced to do that, so you have to push yourself to do that. Hitchhiking is, I like it because it naturally forces you. Like how you get from A to B is like you get out there and you catch a ride with a random person and you interact with them. It forces you to do things, to be social, to meet people. Because naturally, I'm actually not that crazy outgoing, and like I don't work a room, and I'm not just like making friends left, right, and center. I get along with people, but like I'm still naturally a fairly quiet person. Would be hitchhiking just like cross-country road trip, and that's what I mean. So you'd have to like if you're concerned about getting lonely. You're in a cross-country road trip by yourself, you'd have to force yourself to not be lonely. You have to force yourself to go out there and meet people, where it just comes as part of the trip with hitchhiking. So I don't know if I would do that well on a big long-distance road trip by myself, because I might at the end of the day, after driving quite a bit, be like, I'm kind of tired. I'm going to watch a movie and go to sleep. Where what I should do, as part of enjoying my trip, is probably going out and meeting people in some way or another. And I might get lonely. So. Probably telling Bigfoot, maybe. I can see you on a Netflix series about hitchhiking. Who knows? Who knows what the future holds? So you like hitchhiking, but what about being a streamer? Do you like that more? I like hitchhiking. I like streaming because I'm doing something that I really enjoy during the process. Like, it's something I'm passionate about. If I really like video games, I think I'd like streaming playing these specific video games. If I didn't have a passion and I was just like streaming because I'm like, I'm just gonna stream and stream my life, I don't think I'd like it. I enjoy streaming because I'm doing something I'm passionate about. If you're streaming the entire experience at TwitchCon, I won't be. I won't have good networking equipment. I won't be able to run a stream really. The network's gonna be saturated there. And I've been streaming, by that point I'll be streaming a month and a half straight without a day off. So that'll probably be my time off. And if any of you are there, then I'll be there meeting people, talking to people, but that'll be my day, time off camera, streaming. Or time off camera. Maybe I'll stream a little bit, but like probably not at the event because I won't really have the setup to do that. If you're already financially comfortable, would you still stream your hitchhiking? Yeah. No, I think it adds an extra thing to hitchhiking that I actually really enjoy. What's your end game? What's anyone's end game? I don't know. I'm just doing something I love and it's self-sustaining. Survivor Man and Brit Girls? Survivor Man 100% of the time. Les Stroud? That guy's real. Bill Grills, he's an entertainer. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, his credentials, he knows what he's doing, but he makes an entertaining show. Les Stroud is real. He actually survives out there. TwitchCon should be interesting. A bunch of people walking around with selfie sticks. I still don't. Okay, so you're allowed to stream at the convention, but not the parties. Is that the final word? I hit up that steakhouse again in Montana. I already passed it. I saw the exit and I looked over there. I'm like, the steakhouse is down there. I was in Manhattan, near Bozeman. What's the reason that made you stand up, go hitchhiking the first time? My hate for Greyhound buses. And after TwitchCon, you hitchhiking back to BC? Potentially, I might hitchhike back to BC, or like I want to take you guys international, Asia or Europe. I just don't know if I have to stop at home yet or not. I should. So I've got underwear there. Underwear sponsor. They banned streaming from parties last year. I know the parties are banned, but can you stream at the actual convention? Like just roaming around? Let's try. We'll set up a camera, get a shot, and walk in a mile away, then go back to get the camera back. He's legit. Oh, he's super legit. Certain IELTS streamers were being obnoxious the first night. No, I understand that. Like, everyone there, like, at like the streamer party things, like, if you're a streamer, you're in front of the camera all day for your job. It's nice to be not on camera for once, and just socialize with other people that do that for a living as well. Ever had a sexy Tinder date? I met Emily on Tinder. I was told to stop streaming at one of the parties. There you go. Alright, good night, sweets. Find a place to sleep? Not yet. Just my tent in the woods somewhere. Lots of people were last year at the con, though the service was terrible. Yeah, so you need some good bonding equipment. I should have that, but it's back in Canada. Does the partner lounge have alcohol? I have no idea. You're better off asking someone that's been to TwitchCon before. Yeah. 10 of the Woods Hypers? Yeah. If there's a pharmacy, I might grab some wet wipes, so I think I should probably clean myself off a little bit. Okay, I'm gonna go get my fries. There's no one here. Try that. So those are fun. People always want drama. That's what people want. Not a lot. Some people just watch my stream because they want drama, because they think hitchhiking is going to be extremely dramatic because you're always going to be risking life and limb, which I don't think is the case. We've had some interesting occurrences in 6 months of streaming, but it's not like a day-to-day basis of holy. It's just not that. It's not that crazy. It's interesting. You meet different people all day, but it's not that crazy. Partner lounge has alcohol, or there is a separate lounge for 21 plus that serves and has a DJ. Yeah. What was the highlight of your day today?
223. Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
Like, the whole situation when we came here and Clark was like, I'll take you out for dinner. I'm like, thank you. Really appreciate that. Just someone doing really generous for me after already generously giving me a long ride. And then us getting the pizza, and then these people socializing, asking what I'm doing, seeing I'm passionate about this thing I'm doing, and then gonna get me a hotel, but then just give me $120 cash. Like, I didn't need that money, and she said she knew I didn't need that money, but still wanted to support me with that. Anyway, generosity of people today has been crazy. Hey, awkward kitty ink. How's it going? You watch because you travel for us. We get vacations and don't have to leave the house. Oh, I like that. I still want you to go on vacation, though. You deserve a vacation. I am stricken. Part lounges at Pond smell funky, and it's just a bunch of people trying to rest. Okay, no alcohol. Alright, there you go. There's a partner there telling you how it actually is. It's just till them since they're meeting people all day. There you go. Papa Gigi, thank you for subscribing. Welcome to the Twitchhikers. Thanks for using that Twitch Prime sub, Papa Gigi. Panels, meetings, working trade events, other con things. Am I doing it wrong? I haven't planned to do anything at TwitchCon. I'm just showing up there, and so far my plan is like, I'm just like gonna show up there and be like, hello everyone. I'm the guy that hitchhikes. Sheksnek, thank you for subscribing. Welcome to the Twitchhikers. Let me know what you end up deciding to do as far as the hitchhiking and travel stuff. Do you have any questions? Whisper me or whatever. How far do you get to day trip? I'm in Missoula, Montana. Close-ish to Idaho. I'll probably be in Washington tomorrow. So we did, what was it, 500 something kilometers today? Generosity, that's proof that you don't need drama. Keep people watching your stream. Yeah, hitchhiking is just, you see the best of people. It's uncommon. You see some strangeness of people as well, but most of the time, it's just you see the best of people. You see people at their most generous. Stores your faith in humanity. So now I'm just here charging my stuff. Now we're into intimate nighttime mode. How far am I for TwitchCon? How many hours of driving? How many miles? How many kilometers? I don't know. It's next Friday though. So see if we get there on time. See if we get there on time. I think I'm making great time. Being that I left from St. John's, Newfoundland 12 days ago. St. John's, Newfoundland is a very long way away. First time going to TwitchCon? Yes. I didn't even have a Twitch account until I started to make this streaming account. I made this account in March, and I first streamed in April. So I didn't exist on Twitch until this year. Thought you couldn't hitchhike in Utah? I'm not going through Utah. Are you talking about Idaho? I'm not hitchhiking in Idaho. I'm hitchhiking in Montana, and ideally getting a ride straight through Idaho into Washington State, both of which Montana and Washington State are legal. Once you're in a car, you're no longer a hitchhiker, you're just a passenger. Eh? If you're interested in hitchhiking in Idaho is illegal and you have to go through Idaho. Yeah, we're getting a ride. It's only 60 miles of Idaho. We're getting a ride straight through it. We're getting a ride straight through it. Otherwise, I'm walking. How you learn about Twitch? I've known about Twitch, and I've actually watched Twitch for a long time. I just never had an account. I watched Twitch on and off for, like, when I was in college is when I watched it the most. And that was in 2012 to 2014. So, I'd watch it on occasion there, but I never even had an account. Never made one. Imagine I couldn't comment on the Galaxy S6. A few generations back now, though. As long as you walked while trying to hitch. I subscribe to the finding a good spot to hitchhike and waiting there for the next ride. It's rare that I'm actually just walking down the road, turning around, throwing my thumb. Well, this I've done it before. I don't think I've done any like full days where I'm just walking down the road, no one's giving me a ride, and I keep walking. Should try and go hitching with Ice Poseidon. He's banned from Twitch, so I don't think I could. Have they drawn lottery numbers yet? I think they're about to. Let me see. October 16th. What day is it? Friday the 19th. I don't know when they draw them. I think it was... Wait. It was 11 p.m. Eastern. I am Mountain Time, which is 2 hours behind. That would be, 9 p.m. Mountain. So it should be in 7 minutes. Where you sleep? My tent in the woods. Why am I sitting inside McDonald's right now? I'm charging my equipment so I can stream tomorrow. This is the moment, guys. I'm gonna get my lottery ticket. Get out my lottery ticket here. You guys ready? Trevor's hair looks so kawaii. I'm gonna take that as a compliment. Thank you. Where's my hair command? Someone hair command it? No hotel room from the lady. She gave me cash instead. And she actually came into chat and explained the whole situation. And I decided I'm gonna pay it forward to other people because I don't need that. I don't need to stay inside, and I don't need money, so I'm going to be nice to other people that need it more than I do. There we go. Thank you, Fire Willie. Gonna take us on a vacation if you win the lottery. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna buy a Ferrari and pick up hitchhikers.
Oh, that's easy, dog. It's just a 4-piece tender. Can we run out of tenders yet? Well, tender we did, but what he said with the one, I showed Rouse that with the one crispy, so I also do that. You're not supposed to, but Kevin, what he said, do it. Okay. I'm saying no. So it's too late. Now that Kevin Woody's gone, I'm going to disable him.
5 more minutes, guys.
We're not going to sell tenders. That's against the rules. It's dangerous. And I don't want to sell them. Yeah, I don't want to have to deal with another sick customer's wife again. No, yeah, that's right. Please don't make me do that ever again. Hey.
You want to see the world? I want to see the world too. I don't think I'll ever stop traveling as long as I can financially afford it. What is it? I've seen Into the Wild. Yes, I have. Can't win if you don't play. I usually don't get lottery tickets, but I was given $2 with the message "get a lottery ticket," so I'm like, fine, I'll get a lottery ticket. So I got a lottery ticket. I should give everyone here free subs to this channel if he wins. You get a free sub. You get a free sub. Everybody gets free subs to Hitch Live. Hey, you live in Missoula. I'm in Missoula, the hot Carl. You can come say hi if you'd like to. Just charging stuff. Everyone's gonna ask that you bring a banana and you call me a hobo though, but... I want something else to drink. I'm feeling like I want something else to drink. I don't need something else to drink, but I want something else to drink.
Like iced coffee, latte.
Good stuff, man. Welcome, just Mr. Trump.
Yeah. So we got strawberry banana and mango. Oh, what's that?
Yeah, people said he was doing a rally thing or here or something. You have the most watched clip in history of you. One on camera. If I won on camera, yeah, that would be crazy. Hey, sent to Mill High. Successful day of hitchhiking day. Let's go. Are you still in the Snickers? I absolutely am. Hairstyle, how do you manage to get your hairstyle like that? I sleep in a tent and I don't shower. Alright, try to sleep for a buck here. Do they have? No, they just have unsweetened and sweetened. I don't want caffeine because I'll be going to bed relatively soon. Anyone been on Tinder date? Girl, like completely different from her pic. I have. As much as I'm going to tell you about it though. Camera angles can be deceiving.
Back in the USA?
That goes for both
Well,
genders.
nice to see you doing well, bro. Have fun at TC.
Back in the USA, well, nice to see you doing well, bro. Have fun at TwitchCon. Hey, thanks for the 100 bits. And the Moritoshiardi. Good to see you again. Was it Emily? No, she looked the same in her pictures. Sleeping in a hotel tonight? No, I'm sleeping in my tent in the woods. Talking about how long the road now? Just over a month on this trip. Well, this trip's been 12 days, but then it was 21 days to get to that point, St. John's, Newfoundland, from the west coast of Canada. So 21 plus 12 days. Yeah. Hair's fabulous. Thank you, Martia Lisbak. Ever had to move your tent at night? No, I haven't. Don't let the bears and wolves eat you. I'll eat them first. All of them. They'll regret. They'll rue the day they thought about eating me. Oh, what are your numbers? Let's see. Okay, well I didn't win.
Big chicken smoothie?
I didn't get any of the numbers. That's why I don't play the lottery. I had big plans to get a Ferrari and pick up hitchhikers. I'm thinking about hitchhiking, but as a woman traveling on their own, the safety factor does concern me. I have met other girls that have hitchhiked solo. They've had good experiences with it. But it's not my place to say that because they've had good experiences, you would as well, and you should do it. Can't tell you what it's like as a woman because I'm not a woman. Can't tell you. If you're concerned, I'd say a pair, either two girls or one guy and one girl, really steps up the safety. So, if you wanted to do it, but you didn't want to do solo, I'd say find a friend and go with a friend. 1.6 billion on Tuesday if no one wins. Damn. Man. A lot of people bought tickets for this lottery. And then, if they're $2 each and it was supposed to be 980 million, holy moly tickets. The lottery in Canada, yeah, they just, biggest jackpots are like 50 million. I wonder if someone actually invested in spending 300 million in those lottery tickets. Well, what was it? I think it was like some MIT, like, college students, like, there's a specific lottery or something like that they looked into, and the statistics, if they bought a large amount of lottery tickets, played out in their favor statistically. So they bought a bunch of lottery tickets because it was statistically in their favor or something, or the payout was rate was in their favor. So they did that and made money off of playing the lottery. Okay, so I've just turned in. Camera quality is looking crisp.
carry anything for protection just in case anything goes down, like pepper spray or a stick. The old trusty beating stick. No, I have a knife for utility. It's a tool. A multi-tool knife. Servo SOL. Thank you for subscribing. Welcome to the Twitchhikers. I have to drag a friend for a quick hitchhike to Ontario. It's something I want to do for a long time. Hey, where are you based out of, Drunken Princess? To Ontario. Where are you based out of? To Ontario. From where? Quick hitchhike. Nothing's quick about Ontario. I'll have you know that. Frickin' Ontario. He's Gohan. He don't need pepper spray? Exactly. I just Kamehameha. Kamehameha. There we go. Anyone who threatens me. Something about power levels over 9,000 or something. I don't know. In Burnaby, BC, and you want to hitchhike out to Ontario for a quick hitchhike to Ontario? It's 5,000 kilometers. And yes, as Scode said, worst case Ontario.
I want that order. Oh my god. I was just telling them about it. So wait, did you also get paid for the trip too? And then you called them.
Yeah, it was ridiculous.
So 1 or 2 feminists, about 500 million in tickets, and the lottery's worth over 1 billion. Could make a profit out of taxes, and you just hope no one else won, so you'd have to split the winnings. Yeah. Well, quick as in not a 21-day hike around Canada and States. Well, it took me 21 days to go. No, it took me 20 days to go from Vancouver Island, where I'm from, to St. John's, Newfoundland. Another 12 days. Yeah, from St. John's, Newfoundland to Missoula, Montana. It's probably gonna take you. Well, you can do Ontario in 5 days. You can if you push it. You can do it in 5 days. Sun up to sundown. Get early starts. You can do it in 5 days. What'd you order? Add some medium free fries. In Montana, they've got a $15 Big Sky bundle. I guess that's a Montana exclusive because their license plates are like Big Sky thingamajigger. When you're ready, Swiss Raid Redog, yeah, I'll probably be winding down pretty soon here because I'm just charging stuff now. I'm just gonna hang out here for a bit. But yeah, Redog. Well, we did raid him pretty recently, but we could do it again. Also, Drunken Princess, like, I didn't do across Canada as quick as, like, I could. You can push things and do it a lot quicker. My first time going across, I did Kelowna, British Columbia to St. John's, Newfoundland in 10 days. That's probably 6,600 kilometers, something like that. I didn't start right on the coast, so probably not quite 7. You can nail it out pretty quick. If you dedicate each day to getting miles, you can do 1,000-kilometer days with some amount of regularity. Yeah. Only 1 week until TwitchCon. My guess we'll try to make it there in time. Yeah, who knows? I'm getting closer. Today was good. Yesterday was good. Every day's been pretty good on the mileage. Pretty satisfied with how my day-to-day mileage has gone. Let me just zoom out a little bit. go on your Google Maps and like put where we started 12 days ago, and now put where we are now, and see that distance, and then just look at the distance we have to go from here to California. We've like knocked out the vast majority of this trip, and we still got just under a week now. I gotta be there by next Friday. It's Friday today, so Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Got 6 full days, and then I'll be there for Friday. Tomorrow will be the Rockies? I think so. Trying to get to tomorrow at Spokane? Yeah, at least Spokane. But like, I'm really not in too much of a rush because there's not that many miles I have to do. Like, we're in Montana. I have to go into Washington. Okay, let's just see San Jose. Directions. Driving. It's gonna route me a way I'm not taking. Oh, there we go. That's more of the route I'm gonna take. Oh, screw off. No. 17 hours of drive time in 7 days. 6 days. So, whatever that is. Less than 3 hours of drive time a day? Easy. Easy. We got this in the bag.
People don't think I'd make it in time.
That's what I have to say to you.
Plan to just find someone who's going to Washington, Oregon, since you can't hitchhike. And I know that is my plan to a T. You nailed it. How do your folks feel about you doing this? I obviously trust your judgment, but as a parent, do they think you're crazy to do this? My mom hated hitchhiking when I started doing it. Now I've got 4 years of experience just doing it on my own. Now 6 months of building a stream. She's much more supportive now than she was back then. My dad didn't care from the start. What do you see most tiring parts of the entire hitching experience for each trip, not including streaming stuff, logistics, food, what you say?
It was tiring. Find the logistics pretty easy. Food, it's gonna depend on your budget and your palate. I'm pretty easygoing. I think the most difficult part of traveling solo long distance and hitchhiking that is gonna be the actual long-term isolation of not being with friends and family, people that you know really well. If you're going solo. If you're going solo. If you're doing with a friend, that's a different thing.
I just brewed that. You're welcome.
Biggest tent, it's a one-man tent. It's pretty small. And it's green. And it's the street. I love it. Hey Pinky, how's it going? Some guy's listening to his phone really loud over there. Any of the old characters from last trip stop by or message you once they found out you're back on the road? No. I still have people from the old trip come into chat and say hi. Still have old, people from Hitchhiking America trip come by.
Michelle, she'll come and say, Golden Girl's checking in. She's the girl that picked me up in Lansing and took me to Muskegon. Michigan, that is. One thing I found surprising that shows your experience is knowing which states you can or cannot hitch in. I wouldn't have even thought of that. It wouldn't have been as big of a thing if I wasn't streaming it. But because I'm streaming it, live streaming myself doing something, I have to make sure I'm doing stuff above board. So, researching. So, yeah. we did our research. And when I say we did, like, you guys also researched for me. And almost every day we'll come in and someone will come in and be like, hitchhiking's banned in that state, and maybe they'll even try to pull out laws. And then you guys will help pick apart, because we've already done all this. I've spent time. I've talked to police officers. I've talked to Border Patrol. We're good, guys. It's legal. If it wasn't legal, this stream wouldn't exist. Because you can't do illegal things on Twitch TV. Supply for a day gym membership if free. Yeah, sometimes you get it free one day. They'll totally know I'm abusing the system with my big backpack and be like, hi, I just really want to get my pump on. Can I use your gym for a day to see if it has the appropriate facilities? In Europe, there's basic fits everywhere. It's cheap. Over 20%, you can shower when you want. What's basic fits? Do you know if it was illegal to have hitchhiked in any of the other countries you went to before? I don't think it was. Like, usually before I went to a country, I'd check HitchWiki. There's a whole Wikipedia for hitchhiking. It's very useful. Hitchwiki.org if you want to check it out. I don't think I've gone through anywhere where it's illegal. And why would someone ban hitchhiking? Yeah. What's most logical is they think hitchhiking is very dangerous and they think picking up hitchhiking is very dangerous. So in the name of public safety, they ban it so that, in theory, they're like, well, we're looking out for everyone's safety, telling people not to do something that we think is dangerous. I'm guessing that's it. Most just trolls saying that to get a rise. Probably. Probably. They just like, they go really into it and they try to start citing laws and throwing that in your face. And you're like, the law you're citing literally says it's okay. You just have to look at the definitions of the words they use. Legal stuff's very, and it all comes down to the definition of a roadway, is what a lot of this comes down to. Yes, soliciting a ride or work from a roadway is illegal, but the roadway is just the lane of traffic. Doesn't include the shoulder. How's the travel through Montana going? Excellent. Excellent. No, it's been really good. It's been really good. People have been very friendly. People have been way too friendly. It's like, someone gave me $100 yesterday, a $100 bill yesterday, when they dropped me off in Laurel. And then when I got dropped off here today, guy drove me here, gave me, or bought me dinner at a pizza joint. And then the person sitting behind us asked what I was doing, thought it seemed interesting, gave me $100. And then the person she was in gave me $20. So the past 2 days, from IRL people that have nothing to do with the stream, I've been given $220. What? What is life? It doesn't make any sense. I don't need that money. I try to tell people that. I don't need that money. Did you get arrested? I got detained in Japan. School stream. A lot of good streams tonight. There's a DJ playing good stuff on the music channel too. There you go. People doing cool things on Twitch TV. Just reading the wiki. Would you ever try boat hitching the open seas? I would love to. Goal of mine. Hair is great tonight. Thanks. Hugs for real. At Hitch Live, you meet my friend yesterday. Who? Frozen Sunshine? Any bananas today? I have not had a banana today. I'm a little sad. 220 Americans, that's like 6,000 Canadian. I know the exchange rate from US to Canadian, and yeah, it's like $6,000. college from Moorhead, Minnesota, near Fargo. Discover how friendly and kind people in that area are. Sure, includes the whole upper Midwest. It's been my experience here as well. People in Montana, the friendliest you've met from everywhere you've been. It's really tough. It just depends who you meet. Like, you can be in somewhere where people think that people aren't that nice, and you meet the nicest people. And you could be somewhere where people think everyone's very friendly, and you could meet not the nicest people. I don't think there's been, like, any place that really stands out. Whoa. All my garbage fell out of my pocket. Yeah, no one effed with you. Cause I don't know, like, there's been some key people that have, like, picked me up that have been very noteworthy. Like Pete and Amy in Kansas, Cal and Kim in Kansas, or Pete and Amy in Massachusetts. Did I say that right? Anyway, just some, like, very noteworthy ones. So, like, anyway, it's just sometimes you meet the nicest people in the world. Is this McDick's? Maybe. I plead the fifth. And if I wasn't Hurricane King, I would have came up to meet you, said you're a hell of a nice guy. Were you in the same place as Frozen Sunshine? Are you from the same town? Because, yeah, I love meeting people. Hence the hitchhiking. It's a big part of it, is meeting people. So, should have come by. Must be in a fast food restaurant with all those beeps in the background. Which one? It's McDonald's. It's McDonald's. I'm here to charge. I can always find power outlets at McDonald's, and they don't really kick you out. Everyone has seemed super nice so far. Yeah, I don't think we've been picked up by anyone where I'm like, you're not nice. Plead the fifth. I thought you're Canadian. Yeah, but I'm in America, and we do things American here. Wait, Rambo was a hitchhiker? Have you declared war on any small town sheriff departments? Rambo was a hitchhiker? Are you saying I'm Rambo? Are you saying I'm Sylvester Stallone? Back in his Rambo days? I'll take it.
Shane, are we getting the McRib that? What? Are we getting the McRib that? It's in here.
I'll fill your bags. May as well charge full and do a Friday AMA. Like, do an AMA right now while I'm charging. Let me see. Screw you, ticket. When? This one's at between 75 and 100%. That's my 20,000 one. My 22,000 milliamp hour one is at between 25 and 50%. My 12,000 one is at 100%. My jetpack is at like 90%. That's a nice reading. My navigation phone's at 100%, and the two batteries in there, my 10,000 and my 4,000, are at 100%. So not too bad. Pretty good, actually. Buy stuff in Montana is tax-free. Is it? I'm in the same area. I was working south of Forsyth when you came through town. Ah, I see. I see. McDonald's might sell pumpkin pies. This one did. It showed up on the menu. I just wanted apple pies. Is this McDonald's again? You ever sick of it? I come here to charge stuff, and stuff's cheap. Also, I had free fry things. What time is it in Montana? 9:23. What kind of camera do you use, and does it connect to your phone? I'm assuming. I'm using a phone as the camera. It's It's a 1 plus 6. So I stream from it, I read chat from it. I do like the phone setup. It's very convenient. Should I have time for a shave and a haircut? My hair is beautiful. Can someone please do the hair command for me? Have enough batteries to power a small electric vehicle, like an RC car? Yes. Thank you, Jill. Jail. Let's say J. Sometimes I see the camera on the ground and you're still reading chat. How does that work? Either I use my super sight or I'll read chat off of this behind my cardboard sign. I'll be holding the cardboard like this and the chat will be here and I'll be like, hitchhiking, I'll be like, should start dyeing it other colors. I don't think I have enough followers on Twitch to do that. I think you have to be over 50,000 and then maybe you can dye your hair other colors. Subby has visited his 88th temple and is on his way back to Tokyo and probably home in Australia. So his bicycle touring stream is over. It's done. Well, not done yet, but like it's almost finished. Bum, bum, bum. They're swinging sweet killer on the McDonald's employees. Can we see the phone setup? Go to my Discord. Someone linked the Discord. I posted the setup yesterday. I took a picture of it while doing this exact same thing, streaming at the end of my day, and I posted on there. If you get 200k viewers at once, your hair turns blue. How many people have actually had 200,000 viewers at once? Ninja? Dr. Disrespect? Has anyone, any other individual streamer had 200,000 views before? Are there 2 phones? I have 3 phones. How do you get data? I get data from unlimitedIRL.com. Somebody's almost done. Is he gonna stream back in Australia? Or is somebody's heading to Thailand next to visit Awkwards with Beck and Cinnabar Corp and Dingo Money. Ah. That's cool. I like that. Tyler won. Was it 200,000? Game's done quick. You'll see over 10,000 simultaneous. Your big streamers will pull 10,000. Like you're forcing, right? Shroud. Summit 1G. Like your big streamers. 10K is a lot on Twitch. If you pull 10,000 concurrent on Twitch, you are a very large streamer. Like, you were the top, like, 1% of the 1% of streamers. How many active streamers are there, actually? There's thousands of them. What you eating? McDonald's French fries. Where you at? Missoula, Montana. With your average. When I started hitchhiking back across Canada, I was pulling like 200. Now I'm pulling like 400-ish. At my peak on the Hitchhiking America trip, I was pulling 1,000 for a while. And then I stopped hitchhiking because I ran out of lower 48 states. And I took a bunch of time off. 57,363 live streamers right now live. Holy. Right now? And 1 million live viewers. Huh. French restaurant French, but McDonald's fries are so disgusting you can call them French. I think McDonald's French fries taste good. Sue me. Sue me. That was in concurrent. It was great for legitimate IRL. IRL is no more. I am now a travel and outdoor streamer. Or should I just be a just chatting streamer? Ever tasted Belgian fries? I think so. Maybe. What are they? There's a lot of people streaming at once. Didn't realize there was that many. How much would it cost for someone to get the equipment to stream outdoors like you do? If you just use the phone you're already using, if you've got a semi-modern phone, you don't need a top-of-the-line phone to just start. Those chances are your network won't be good enough to run it at the highest resolution anyway, so your resolution doesn't matter. Also, it's going to depend where you are as far as your data is going to be concerned. So let's say United States. If you go through third parties to get unlimited unthrottled, like I'm assuming you're going to be streaming outdoors full time, or at least more than what your current plan could handle in an unlimited state if you're in the United States. You're going to need to spend like $100 on data, $150 on data in a month. And if you're using my setup, let's just say you want one big battery. You're probably looking at like 30-something, $40 for the battery, $40 for a bendable tripod, $20 for a tripod. It already has a phone grip on there, so that's fine. My microphone's like $50, $60 tops, and then the wide-angle lens is like $20. So add all that up, not that much. I'm having a scamp trailer. I don't know what that means. And actually, almost morning here. Thanks for the tips. I'll be checking in tomorrow. Alright. Let me know what you end up deciding to do. I'm curious. Tell me. You have a Wi-Fi setup with you though, don't you? It runs on, this one's set up on the AT&T network. Yeah. This receives AT&T signal and emits a Wi-Fi network. What do you mean wide angle lens? I'll show you. That's a clip-on wide-angle lens. And that's the stock. It's pretty dirty. Also scratched. Used 416 GB this month on Chrome because of you. Yeah. Use that internet. I went to see you do Bear Grylls stuff, Hitch. It's tough to go out into real nature and be able to live stream because they don't put towers out in real nature. They put towers where people are, and people aren't in real nature. Are you in the States? Yes, I am. I'm in Montana. I like that wide angle lens, or I would if it were clean. Yeah. Hitch's top 5% non-gamers, but this fact goes 39% male. There you go. 78% of all statistics are made up. You'd probably need multiple satellite modems to stream somewhere remote. The thing about that is everyone's like, yeah, just get a gun run backpack. I have something similar to it. It's not gun run, it's TVU. And you can stream wherever. It's not the case. In gun run's case, you bond together 4 networks together. So say you bond together a Verizon, AT&T, a T-Mobile, and throw another Verizon there because Sprint's useless, so you bond those together. And now you go to the middle of frickin' Glacier National Park. Okay. There's no Verizon towers, there's no T-Mobile towers, there's no AT&T towers, certainly no Sprint towers, there's no nothing. And you've just bonded together 4 networks with 0 connection, and now you have a grand total of 0 connection. So congratulations, you've bonded together multiple networks to create 4 times 0, which we all know equals 0. You get that motel room? No, I'm sleeping in the woods. Sleeping in the woods. I'm just getting some charge on my batteries. Interesting to mention Glacier National Park since you're kind of near it now. Yeah, people have been talking about it, so that's why I was like thinking of like, where's something natural, where's something natural? We talked about this today. Obviously launching on satellite. And satellite is a word commonly thrown out. It really has nothing to do with satellites. When people talk about bonding cellular connections, they just throw out the word satellite in there. I don't know why everyone calls them satellites, but it's just bonding multiple connections together for a faster, more reliable network. Like, I probably could have streamed reliably today if I was bonding like a Verizon and AT&T and a T-Mobile connection together. I meant actual satellite connections. I don't think anyone does anyone actually use satellite connections for their live stream? I don't think it's economically feasible at this point. Fun fact, nearly all the glacier has melted in Glacier National Park. That is the least fun fact I've ever heard. It's not fun at all. But make it's that shirt, Ibex. Icebreaker. Icebreaker. Nobody does it right now except news media companies. Yeah, and even them, like, when I was in Honolulu and the hurricane was coming, people were at the beach surfing and stuff like that because that's what people in Hawaii do. And everyone, I saw live view backpacks. Did I see TV? I don't know. But everyone just was using cellular things. Because it's mobile, you don't have to have a whole news band to broadcast your signal, freaking satellite, whatever. You just bond a couple cellular networks together in a little pouch thing, and you're good.
Okay, so you want me to go back there, or
Hey, check a satellite, we're working on it. I've been in contact with Elon Musk. And by that I mean I've been telling you guys, or I've been telling Elon Musk to hit me up through you. Okay, I don't know how to clean the inside there. Need like a Q-tip. Or sure, a napkin works. It's planned for TwitchCon. I want to take you guys international. But probably stop at home first. Probably stop at home first. To resupply. They make small satellite modems, but the speeds are like 20 megabits down, 2 megabits up. Okay. But still, if you can stream in the middle of nowhere, 2 up is enough to run a standard definition stream if it's stable. How much data do they give you? I'm gonna say they're not gonna give you unlimited unthrottled for a reasonable price. Would you hitchhike to Mars if it was a one-way trip? I don't think it was a one-way trip. I don't think I would. I'm a big fan of this whole Earth place. Make a good point about not even repeat recent raids. I found another guy I followed named Mediocre Films, who I recommend raiding, and they're talking about bananas right now. Mediocre Films. What's it? Sell it to me. Maka Waka. I do like your raid, the raids that you have suggested in the past, so it's a good chance I'll take you up on that. Mediocre Films. And you usually find cool small streams. I like hosting small streams. Question, Metaman? What did Metaman ask? What's gonna happen to hitchhiking when everyone has self-driving cars and they aren't like the spot? Oh yeah, absolutely. If self-driving cars become the only cars on the road, that's the end of hitchhiking. That's the end of hitchhiking. They limit the day preceding your fleet unless you pay lots of money. Exactly. It's just not economically feasible yet. What does Home think of your hitchhiking? They're all supportive now, especially since I have the stream. Thank you for asking me all my questions, by the way. Last one here. What does the TVU pack you were talking about do? So, have you heard of the Gun Run backpack? That's like is he still a Twitch employee? Gun Run? Anyway, he essentially makes or pieced together this backpack which gives you the ability to stream more stably by bonding multiple networks together. It uses a little thing called a live view, and a live view can bond together up to 4? Is it 4 or it can't do 6 network connections together at the same time, and it will tie those connections independently together and create a faster, more reliable network, which you'll then you'll take the video signal and broadcast it to a VPS and then to Twitch from there. TVU is like a very similar thing. It's just a different company's take on that. Sorry, Mako Waka got distracted. He used to be a YouTuber with 1 million followers, but he's moved to Twitch, not a whole lot of followers on Twitch. A comedian, okay. His name is Greg Benson. His name is Greg Benson. Why is that? Does it remind me of Fight Club for some reason? YouTubers die in terms of getting views for money in videos. Man Taser. Wait, why are we monka-essing? Why is staff in here monka-essing? Wait, so anyway, the TVU is something similar to LiveView. It's just like different companies take. It can bond together up to 12 networks. It's pretty power hungry. Yeah. Spawns multiple connections, but I guess I didn't know you were using them. I'm not on this trip right now because this trip started as a Hitchhiking Canada trip, and so essentially the TVU has 6 SIM card slots, and then you can plug in multiple modems like this one, and then also bond to I think a couple Wi-Fi networks at the same time as well. So you just tie together a ton of connections together, but each of those connections require you to have like a SIM card, like an actual mobile network to connect it to. And Canadian data is so expensive, I couldn't afford to use more than one. I think $300 US a month to stream in Canada with one connection, let alone 6. Because TVU gave it to me on a trial basis, and they gave me 6 SIM cards which worked in the United States, which was cool. So I'd use that plus my own, so I had 7 networks bonded together. It's 19 viewers right now, he's very good.
that sounds great. Now, when I'm ending it, Michael Walker, you gonna be here for a minute? Just remind me when I'm about to end it, and I'm probably gonna end it pretty soon here.
He's streaming. I'll do that. Where we at? Missoula, Montana. Missoula, Jamaica. Ooh, I wanna take it. I got lost. Hitch wiki to dumpster diving wiki. Really? You went down the rabbit hole. What was the man doing up there in the storage? 15th must watch clip for this channel. Oh, when he was freaking out in the storage unit thing? He wasn't happy with how long it was taking us to clean out the storage unit. So then he left and got mad. If that's the one, I think that's the one you're talking about. What happened after the guy left? I finished what I said I'd do, help the dude unload the storage unit. And then I was left there at the storage unit because the truck was full of stuff. So anywhere in the world you would like to hitchhike, but the network connection for live stream wouldn't allow it? Mongolia? I don't know the network connectivity in Mongolia. I'm just making a wild guess that it's probably not the best outside of major cities. What connection do you have now? AT&T. And I'm super unsatisfied with it. Trevor, you should wear a bunch of company logos like a race car driver to make money while you hitchhike. I think I need an agent. I don't know how to get sponsors. I want outdoor equipment sponsors. I want to try new equipment, review them on stream, and break them. But no, I would love to be able to delve more into MetaMan's question. I'd love to be able to stream in more wild places. But unfortunately, they haven't developed a cellular network around these wild places. The more into nature you go, the less people there are, the less they develop the cellular network, the less you're going to be able to stream there. Place to hitchhike without good reception most of Canada. That's very true. Will you walk 6 kilometers to sleep in the forest? Is it 6 kilometers to the forest? I'll walk a few kilometers. Well, I'll walk as far as I need to, realistically. Lots of streamers have managers. I have a manager. I need someone, but he's not in charge of getting me sponsorships. Also, he's busy now. Outdoor Gear, Fast Food, and Dole as sponsors. There we go, perfect. You look very attractive right now, more so than usual. I'm a girl too, by the way. I took the wide-angle lens off. Maybe I'm more flattering without it on. Wide-angle lens. Just me. Also, maybe you're just into more of a rustic kind of look. I'm 4 days unshowered. My hair's a little wild. I'm getting a little stubbly. Did you win the Mega Millions? No, I didn't. There's always satellite internet, then cellular is a problem. It's not economically feasible. Maybe if Ninja wanted to transition into IRL streaming, he could make it work, but I can't. Why are you so close? I'm uncomfortable.
I need clean food, and I'm going to mess up.
Wide equals better. I don't know, like we're just us talking. I think everyone else, like if someone was doing a webcam stream and they were just doing the talking section and they weren't playing the video game, this is the kind of framing you'd have on a webcam. McQuaid, hello. Okay, I'm probably winding this down here pretty much. It's 75 to 100. That's still 25 to 50%. Too close. See, you said too close, McQuaid, but Firefly Whisper said closer. closer. Cousin-in-laws live there but don't know the contact info. I'm sure camping here is going to be just wonderful. It's Montana. Lots of free land. It's kind of in a valley though, so I'm going to, I think if there's going to be any challenge, it's going to be verticality. Also, there's a lot of non-tree areas, like it's grassland kind of hills. So that can be more difficult. Yeah, steep grass hills not the best for camping on. Google DC Rainmaker. He has a business reviewing Garmin's bikes, athletic equipment. Okay. Hey, Coach Kim. You're still here, or you're back. DC Rainmaker. I'll write it down. I'm not streaming. Have a look at that. Write it down and then putting it in a note on my phone. Same thing. DC Rainmaker. Somehow DC autocorrected to school, but DC Rainmaker.
Yeah.
Lots of bears. Yeah, I know there's bears here. Mountain lions around there. I know there's mountain lions around here. Watch out for those crazy hippies in Missoula. Worst place in Montana for crazy. Is it? I've heard it's I heard it's like Missoula and Bozeman are like the fun places to be because it's got they've got universities here and stuff like that. So it's, yeah, there's stuff going on. Is Montana where you got drunk with the guitar player? Guitar player? Did I get drunk with a guitar player? It was Bozeman. I got drunk, but it was with like some like corporate retreat dudes and then some girls that were drunk and trying to flash the stream. Joe Belch, I'll check my DMs after my stream. I'll do research after I end it here. And the Rockies, bet there are a lot more wilds than elsewhere. Yep. Hey, serious matter. Trevor, your beard is on point. It's like stubble. It's just stubble. Have you eaten anything yet? Yeah, I had 2 apple pies and a medium fry. That was, yeah, the Ligma guys at the steak restaurant. Yeah, I took that opportunity because that was the heat of the Ligma thing, and I thought it was really stupid, but I knew these guys wouldn't have heard Ligma before. So I don't know how I did that, but how I presented it to them, but I Ligma bolts them. Bozeman is a lot better than Missoula. Missoula gets crazy from May to now. It starts to settle down in the winter. A lot better. What's this craziness? Explain the craziness. Is MT Montana? Yes, it is. 2 microwave pies, that's correct. Guitar player with a baby at a campground. Oh, that was Wyoming. That was with the Travelers. That was with Prospect, Nitrous, and Pim. Left and came back. Okay. Missoula has $1 burgers and beers. Where's the $1 beers? I could take a $1 beer. Make the Eugene tomorrow. Maybe the Ducks are playing. Wait, isn't that Eugene? Ducks. Isn't that Anaheim? Anyway, I don't know. I'm going to... Wait. Waka Waka had a stream for me to host. What was it called? I'm just so... I only have to drive about 3 hours a day to get there on time. Eugene, Oregon on the I-5 corridor. Probably won't get there tomorrow. Mediocre films. Okay, let me look at that. we hosted Redog in the past week, I think. I like to like mix things up as far as like hosting things go. We'll definitely host Redog again. I just like to switch things up a little bit. Spencer is on for once. Spencer. The guy in Eastern Canada, is that Spencer? Media from such a bad connection right now. Okay, that's it. My biggest host ever was a Jake and Bake raid, and I had a bad connection, and I was a waste of a host. Firefly Whisper, Spencer was Spencer Phillips. Okay, I've never hosted him, but everyone seems to like him. Everyone seems to really like him. Or have I hosted him before? Maybe I have hosted him before once, a long time ago. Going west to Seattle, then south to California. I don't think I'm going as far west as Seattle. I think I'll be cutting southwest before then, because if I take the 90 like west, like it starts going northwest to Seattle, and then I'd go south from there, where instead of like going up and then down, I'll just kind of go over and then diagonal and reconnect with the I-5 and then down. It's not work anymore. They're not working for me, so I just host everyone. Stay on 90 through Idaho. Yeah, through Idaho, and then I'll be cutting southwest, probably through Washington to the I-5 again at some point. Twitch is broken on this phone. Anyway, Spencer. Restaurant and watchable and listenable. As good as I'd like. It sounds really good. Would it be a good day to host them? Because I don't host people, like, I won't do them for another couple weeks if I host them. But it sounds like a good host. Are they going to be streaming all the time? Because then I'll just host them another day. Go to Bend, AT&T signal looks good on that road. Okay, I'll look at it. Hope the I-5 has good. I-5 should be fine. Once we're on a major interstate like that, it should be fine. You think so today? Even though a good connection? Okay. I'll take Makawaka. Okay, I can do that. I also want to do there's so many, I need to follow these people so I remember to host them. Because I forget to follow people, so there's all these interesting streamers that I want to host at different times, and I haven't followed them because I forget to, and then I need to go through and follow people. But I'm just going to take Michael Westley's suggestion for right now. Okay. Am I allowed? Okay. Alright. Lots of buffering. It's not the best day for that. We'll do another day. Okay. Dude. End up getting the hotel? No, I didn't. Yeah, we'll do Spencer Phillips tonight, guys. So, Spencer Phillips. I think that's right. Alright, so that's it. Stream's over. I don't know how to end the stream because it doesn't make any sense. Like, I'll do the thing, I'll click host, and then it'll cut me off because it takes a long time for what I say to actually get broadcast. But when I hit end on my thing, like when I stop my stream, it stops it immediately, even though it hasn't like fully sent its way through there. So it's confusing. I think I'll finish what I say, stare you down for like 20 seconds, and then hit the end or something like that. I don't know. That's what I'm going to attempt this time. But I'm going to attempt that this time anyway. So, we had 3 rides today. Wait, did we? 1 to Bozeman, 2 to just outside Bozeman, 3 to here. 3 rides. Okay, that's good. It was a good day. We made good mileages. The rides came quick. This is very good. Actually, we turned down 2 rides today. One because the dude was stoned and hotboxing his truck, and the other because I'd have to ride in the bed of the truck, and that was illegal on the interstate. Neither of those were like really negative, like having to turn down rides, but I had to turn them down. So that's okay. Really productive day. Tomorrow we'll probably make it to Washington State. We're in Pacific time zone at that point. We're almost there. We almost made it to TwitchCon. So it's ahead of schedule. It's only Saturday tomorrow. What am I gonna do with all that free time? I gotta hitchhike slower. I'm too fast. I'm too efficient. I'm too professional. Hitchhike just too fast. Anyway. I'll be on tomorrow. I'll be camping out tonight, so I should be on. But I keep saying, you guys, I start my streams around 8 a.m. when I'm tenting, and it's been almost 9 a.m. By the time I'm actually doing that. It's Mountain Time Zone, so plan around that. So that's, if you're on the West Coast, I'm an hour ahead of you. On the East Coast, I'm 2 hours behind you. If you're in Europe, Western Europe, I'm 7 hours behind you. If you're in Japan, I'm 16 hours behind you. Just whatever. Remix Rob, thank you for subscribing. Welcome to the TwitchCon. Alright. Without further ado, I'm going to stop rambling along, and I'm going to host you guys to Spencer Phillip. And it's a host, so your screen's going to change, but you have to click join if you want to chat. So don't start chatting in mine being like, hi, host, or whatever. You have to click on join in order to be able to talk, because otherwise it'll just go into my channel. Alright, so good night everyone, I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good sleep, have a good day, have a good whatever. I'll see you in my tent tomorrow morning. Good night. And now I'm going to sit here and stare. Ooh, did I? Oh shit. Oh no, I forgot the front. I forgot the front placing shot. Oh no. I'm horrible.